Good morning and welcome aboard to today's Trade Along Live session. It is 9:27 a.m. on November 15th, 2021. This is part of the Trade Along Live Trading Academy. This is the Trade Along Live session from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. This is an opportunity for traders to do better in their trading. If you have a trading methodology, you're looking to receive better levels equal better trades, have Saul as your wingman, you've come to the right place. We do this every trading day, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades, looking for a minimum trading profit on each trade of 2 points plus. Generally have a 2-point stop. And if you want to learn how to trade or learn how to trade better or need a trading tune-up, join Saul in his trading academy. You can do that by going to tradealongtradingacademy.com. That's tradealongtradingacademy.com. Hey, Dean, how are you? James, welcome aboard. Good morning. Kurt. Mike V. Hey, Pat. If you haven't signed up and subscribed for Saul's services, do it now. Go to his website, tradealongtradingacademy.com. Pick which route you want to take. If you're looking for mentoring, pick the bundle where you have his mentoring and have access to this service for a year. Good morning, Dean. Timothy. Got some new individuals coming in here that are looking to trade better. Welcome aboard. This used to emanate right off the trading pits in Chicago, the CME Group trading floor. Now we're doing it based on the pandemic from an undisclosed location. We're actively helping traders bridge the gap from where they are to where they'd like to be and looking to develop consistent profitability. This is the intensive session where we put it all together. It's for traders that know what they're doing and are looking for better levels to work with during the morning session, levels and zones, better than they get from their standardized software or calculated. And are looking to trade along with Saul, who's a 25-year veteran trader, veteran of the trading pits in Chicago, and he's focused on the S&P 500 E-mini.
All right, let me get going here. Sorry about that, I'm a little late. Let's give you our levels for this morning. Our pivot this morning is 46.90, 46.90. Resistance at 98, 47.04, 10, and 20. Support below at 84, 78, 68, 59, and 50. Pivot 90, support at 84, 78, 68, 59, and 50. Resistance on the upside at 98, 47.04, 10, and 20. All right, unfortunately, I have to some family issues that I got to contend with, unfortunately. My father-in-law had a little situation that he's in the hospital, and we have to see what's going on there. And so I'm just going to give you the levels here and wish you have a good trading day. And hopefully somebody will come in and maybe step in for me there. I don't know if Don's around or not. Did you ask him by any chance? Don's going to be able to help me out, or I know Don, you're going to be around here. Do you think you'll be able to help me out here? Should I make you a? Let me try to make you a. Oops, what am I doing there? This is not working. Brad, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. He can just come back in. I gave him the ability to become a host.
Because I can't do. I don't know why I can't do it. What happened there?
I don't know, man. We got to have that session together. You know?
So I have my two screens, right? And
Yes.
I turn it on. It recycles over the weekend. It shuts down and this and that. So I start it up again, and my right screen is where my left screen was, and my left screen is where my right screen is, and I didn't do anything. So and then I'm just confused now. I don't know why it happened, how it happened, or whatever. But I don't know if you noticed that when you were logging in this morning and showed the screens or not. I don't even know how it came up, but it's really weird how that even happened. So
maybe it's opposite day.
Opposite weekend. It's like crazy. I mean, how does that happen? You're supposed to know all these answers.
Well, I know that, based on the setup and everything, if you put your camera on, everything just seems to work right.
Right. Well, I knew I'd ask the right person for help. So
testing.
Hey, there you are, Don. How you doing?
Hey.
I'm doing all right. How are y'all this morning?
Okay. Where's your wingman? Is he around?
I have no idea. I just don't even know who's here.
Yeah, let's get the wingman in there. Can we get the wingman in there?
I try very hard to, I hang out all sorts of cheese and bait for him, but he never bites.
Well, he has a mic. He can do it that way.
I know. I just don't know what happened to him.
Well,
I think he's running silent and running deep.
No, he'll be. He's let's see. He's here. Yeah, there he is. I'm here. See. All right. So anyway, I don't know why I can't make people. What you do to me? You I can't change people to a panelist. It doesn't.
I don't know. I think we need that session together because they've been updating this thing like crazy. Zoom.
Well, I know it updated automatically, so I don't know what the hell's going on. But
that's what I think because it messed me up. But based on what I was trying to do.
All right. Well,
so yeah, I think we got to set 20 minutes or half an hour or something and just go through it all.
Well, unfortunately, not right now. I have to be.
No, I'm not talking about now.
I know. Yeah. All right. Anyway. All right. You're in Donnie. You're in good hands here. I hope it's a little. I mean, Friday was so slow that we all left early, and then as soon as we left, they had a big rally. So I guess maybe that was good that we missed it. I don't know, but it was so slow on Friday. The volume was so light. We're not that far away here today either. So I think the market is just gravitating to some level and just kind of waiting to see what happens. They got the inflation fears and a whole bunch of stuff going on, and they're just trying to see. I mean, we're all-time highs almost, a 47 handle almost. So it's not like it's hurting. So we'll see what happens. All right, Don, I'm going to hand over the mic to you. You got it, and
okay.
You have a great day.
You too.
We'll send our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Okay, guys, let's see where we at.
So, Don, you can do whatever you want. You can show your charts. You can do. I made you a full host.
Yeah. Now that the charts are fine.
And did you update your software today?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it because I lost my camera. So you can put your camera on, see if it works. My camera doesn't work. So it'll be on.
I have no idea if I don't even have it plugged in yet.
Man, got to be ready at a moment's notice, man. I don't know what's going on.
It's Monday.
Okay, so you got the ball. I'll let you do what you're going to do.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Talk to you later. Bye.
All right, bye.
Welcome, everyone. I'm trying to get set up here. Bear with me. There we go. Okay, let's see. Pivot's back at 90. I think if we get there, I'll bail this sucker. All right, let's see. We're trading back around our pivot. What's it gonna do? What's it gonna do? I thought we should have went a tick or two higher. But that's all right. I got out at 92. Hey, Mark. Is your mic on?
Can you hear me, Don?
Yeah, there you are.
There you are. I see you had to give me permission. Brad didn't want to give me any permission.
Oh, no, I guess he did it.
It was Brad's fault. Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Brad.
So how are you?
Good, good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
How's your weekend?
Oh, I don't know. A weekend to me is just another day. So
Yeah.
every day's a weekend for me.
Exactly.
Oh, me. What is this? What are they fixing to do with this critter? I have a hard time with this market. I can't believe we're sitting up here at 4,700. It just blows my mind.
That's just amazing. I tell Sal that all the time. I tell him, who's buying up here? Who buys these all-time highs?
When I started with him, we were trading down at like 1,300. So it's kind of like, man.
I guess that's a perfect example of FOMO. People that fear of missing out, they just want to jump in. They don't care where it is.
I've been sitting there thinking a lot, long and hard. Says, I can be right and still lose money.
Right.
It just, if you don't catch it at the right spot at the right time, but you just. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Why would anybody in their right mind want to go long right here?
Yeah, exactly. Do you have access to any economic news this morning, Don?
I've got
somebody
a
asked.
little bit. Let's see what we've got
Any
here.
numbers coming out this morning?
The only thing I see is Treasury bill auctions at 10:30. 7:30 there was manufacturing. No, that's not it. Empire Manufacturing. That was it. It's just Monday.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I have to be careful on Mondays. Mondays and Fridays, I seem to get myself in more trouble. Oh, why would I want to do this?
And what's going on with the bond market? Look at how that thing took a nice little dive.
Well, I keep thinking this is stupid. How does Forrest say stupid is as stupid does? So, okay, give me a little bounce.
I'm gonna put the levels up in case anyone's coming late.
Oh yes, I keep forgetting we have a chat to keep track of now. This thing's going to force me to buy that 84 also, I guess.
Did you leave early as well on Friday? Did you miss that big run up?
I did, but I had caught the bottom of that thing, and I thought, well, we're going to go back to this area here, and so we went back to that area, and it to get there, I was up and I was down, I was up and I was down. I mean, I did that for probably 30 minutes,
Yeah. Was there any, because I had left as well, was there any news or did anything cause that big run up? I don't know if someone said something, because the way I heard that thing took off, that was pretty it was pretty fast.
It was Friday. And a lot of times I'll see something and I'll stay with it, but it's kind of like why I'm staying with it, I have no idea, but I'm being hard headed. That phobia of wanting to be right gets very expensive.
Oh yeah, it does.
That's like this right here. I believe we're going back up. We should go back up to somewhere between 82 and 83. But if you buy one, you're either going to have to know where you're at, or you're going to have to sit through a big drawdown on the two. I do not recommend the drawdowns.
Oh, I don't like those.
But we have, we're not at a level. We're below our pivot. And it may be after 9 o'clock before anything of any substance happens.
Seems like it's trying to figure out which way it wants to go.
This first 15 to 30 minutes is just let's see. Well, after a while you sit in it, you think, okay, where am I wrong? Oh, well, what do they say? Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Exactly.
Trouble is it doesn't take long to venture your account to zero.
No risk, no reward.
Yeah. I'm good on that risk part. I close my eyes and leave. Sometimes you just have to walk away.
Yeah, but you have to give it up for Sal. Last week, actually quite a few of the levels are right to the tick.
Oh yeah,
Man, I did really well.
What was it?
I like when that happens.
Oh, Friday. I know what happened Friday. I bailed that blue band. I mean, right on the blue band. I'm going. Then it went down. Then it went up. I'm going. I forgot what I was looking for, but we were in a point or two of it, and I said, "This is close enough." Man, we're coming down into this 84 area. Looks like we got a double bottom at that 85.50.
Wow, it's really moving slow around this 84.
Main. Well, let's see what's going to happen now. See if we can jump it back up to that 88 area. Nope. Let's see.
Like Saw says, make sure you keep your stops in place.
Amen on that. Yeah, this thing can get real expensive real fast. Who is Evergrande? I don't know who they are, but that doesn't mean anything. There's one, you know, I live in the E-mini world. My world is what this chart's doing. And
And
so
your tractor.
yeah, and my tractor. Speaking of which, I just got that goofy thing back together.
Did you really?
Yeah. Again. All right.
And it's working, right? Everything's working good. And
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got to looking at something. I'm going, oh, okay. Oh, it's a Chinese developer. Okay. Did they go broke over there or over here? 80. I'm looking at 87. 87 is going to be an area today, or at least for right now. We should get back up to that 88.50 spot. It's kind of like what it did on Friday. There we go. That's more like it. Excellent. That's what we like to see. And if we can get past that. We should have hit 88.75.
should we go back up to the blue band?
Hey, buddy.
Five.
I tell you what, I am not that greedy today. I am done. Yeah, we're coming up on 9 o'clock. Excellent. I just love it. All right, let's see. What's it doing? Where's your camera? Did you ever get it fixed up?
You know what? I haven't had a chance to put it together. Actually, I did work on it, but I have a really big monitor in front of me, and the way it sits when I put the camera on top of it, all you see is the top of my head, pretty much.
Oh,
So I have to figure out a way to mount it to where
I bought a Logitech one that just sits on top of the monitor, but you can turn it.
yeah, that's pretty much the same one I have. It just sees the top of my head. I guess my screen's too big.
I don't have a on-off switch for the monitor. This is my on-off switch. I just thump.
There you go.
I'm going, man. Everybody won't see me sitting around in my coveralls. And how's the weather there?
You know, it's always for the last couple of weeks been nice and sunny and hot. We broke a heat record a couple of days ago. It was like 92, actually on Saturday, as a matter of fact, and the average yearly temperature was like 72. It ended up being 92.
Man.
Yeah.
And I see Solomon's been getting a lot of rain. You know, it's you don't think about it until you actually either know somebody or talk to somebody in different parts of the U.S. And
right.
This is a time of year for us. We start getting the cold fronts in, and it cools things down.
Did you say? I'm sorry, I never heard. Did you say you get lots of snow as well, or?
Oh no, not us.
You don't get any snow?
Maybe once every 6, 8, 10 years we'll get a little dab, but it doesn't last long. I mean, when it comes, it doesn't last long at all here. If it stays on the ground, that was a big snowfall. And if we get snow, you can just about bet that the rest of the country just got blanketed in it.
Yeah, love that blue band.
This sucker is just going to give us some more opportunity, isn't it? I believe it is.
So that trade you took on Friday, you said you took the blue band trade, or you
I got out. I got
out at the blue band.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like, what am I doing here? Let's see, where was I at? I have to go back and look at Friday. I was buying the 47s Friday. And I was looking to get 59 or 56 out of. And once we got back up to like 53 or 54, I said, I've had enough. I was up. I was down. Then right after that, it went way back down there again. I thought it was going to test that low again. And then it took off. Okay. Yeah, we all. you know, and for me, I keep moving my time frame pivot, I guess you might call it. We're starting at 9 o'clock now. This market can do whatever it wants to now. Usually by 9 and 9:30, the guys already know what they want to do. They already know what they want to buy or sell, and they've already hedged. They're hedging, and the option pits are opening up, so they're hedging their positions now. And I imagine usually by 9:30, they'll start picking a direction for this market.
Yeah.
But usually the better of the trades is usually between the first hour, I guess. I mean, the volatility's there. And I don't know if that's from people getting out, you know, at 8:30 our time. You know, we've got to consider that the people in London and Germany and France, all of those markets are still in our market. And the German DAX is a big player. And
Yeah.
so from 8:30 till their markets won't start shutting down till around 10. So these guys, you know, they've got roughly 2 hours that all the players are in the market. So we over here may think it's going up, and they think, okay, we've been in it long enough and we've got to get out. So
Yeah. Hey, Chad, I understand your question. I think I know what you're trying to say. You know, the blue band, what I usually do, and you can do this if you want, but I kind of extend it out with my drawing tool. Sal likes to make fun of my drawing tool, but I kind of extend it out and kind of give me an indication of where it's going to go. Maybe extend it out like 2 or 3 inches on my screen. And I'll be honest with you, 9 out of 10 times it always hits it. And, you know, it makes a rotation back to the opposite direction. And the blue band is, you know, a technique that Sal teaches that's really powerful. At least I think. Don doesn't like it very much, but it works. I mean, it's just one of those things I think a lot of people look at, and it's a good place for a rotation. You know, get a couple, 2 or 3 points out of it. And again, I think for me it works 9 out of 10 times, but you kind of have to draw a little line to extend it out to just kind of give you an idea of where it's going to go. And then after you draw the line out, I've noticed that, you know, again, it always hits it, or most of the time hits it. So hopefully that answered this question.
let's see. Why don't you just displace your moving band to the right a couple of periods?
What do you mean?
Well, you know, you can have a simple moving average, and it calculates the last so many bars of, say you have a 50-period moving average, the last 50 periods. Now, you can do what they call an exponential, to where, is it an exponential that does it, that allows you to displace the moving averages? You could put it 10 paces forward, so your blue band will always be ahead of the market.
Oh, really? I've never tried that.
Yeah. And so I'm trying to remember which one it is. I don't know where it's at in NinjaTrader. I can probably find it real quick. Hold on. Indicators. Okay. Simple moving average.
On the blue band, I usually put about a maybe 6 to 7 point stop, because that's one thing. If it's going to move, it'll move. I mean, it'll rotate off of it. So if it starts to poke through it, that's not a very good sign. If it starts to poke through it, majority of the time, it's just going to go right through it. So I give myself maybe 7 ticks past it.
Yeah, I don't know where it's at in this one, but you can, let me cancel that one. You can do that. You can tell that moving average, and I think it's an exponential moving average. Let me go to one more. Exponential moving average. It does not say.
All right, Donald.
But
but
you can do that. You can take that moving average just like it is, and you can make it move to the right ahead of the market. Either 3 bars, 1 bars, or 50 bars if you wanted it to. I mean, all it's going to do is take that line that's already there and move it out further, just like it just moves it ahead of the market.
Right.
It's still doing the same calculation, but it's just drawing it ahead of the market. And what I've ended up doing, Saul's charts. Let's see, what is his? His is look 9150, where his blue band is. And mine is 9150. So what I had to do a lot of times was to take that blue band and play around with the numbers a lot of times, so mine would match up with his.
Right.
And so if, say, that was a 30 period moving average, I might have to have a 31 period moving average or 29, just depending.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I just kept looking until I found one that matched up to his charts. But something else too is a lot of times I have a 1 minute chart up and I'm running a 5 minute moving average on my 1 minute chart. And I also have another blue band on my 1 minute chart. So I have a blue band just like the 5 on Saul's 5 minute chart on my 1 minute chart.
Yeah.
But I also, there's a difference between that moving average and a 5 minute moving average. And I also calculated it out to where I'm actually showing it also. So, I can see all of this. All right, let's see. Looks like we're going to test that 81 down there.
So for the blue band, Roop, I usually, like I said, I use probably about a seven tick stop. I usually go for a 2 to 3 point profit target. And that usually 3 points is pretty easy. I like to go for 5, but.
Well, the advantage that I see with using that 5 minute blue band drawn on that 1 minute chart is I can get in and get out quick.
Yeah.
So, say we're coming up to it and it's not really calculated. Like my bar right now is basically calculated on the last bar. It's not calculating on the one that we are actually in at this moment. Is yours that way?
On my chart, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's really weird.
It's backed up 1 bar.
Right.
Now, there is a way to move that blue band directly over the bar that you're on and even out further than that.
I gotta look into that.
And let's see. Somebody was asking where our cut and run is. On stop limits. You don't want to know mine. You know, this I can tell you. And this is true fact. You can do whatever you want to with it, but it's cost me a lot of money to learn this fact. It's real simple. If you're in a losing position, or you start to be in a losing position, the first thing you need to do is figure out, where am I wrong? You know, what I'm not right. It's not going in the right direction. So, you know, like Mark says, he's got, you know, a 8 to 12 tick stop on that thing, but he's looking to make that back. Well, a 1-to-1 is, everybody says, well, you need to be 1.5. Well, yeah, I know other people that are a lot less than that and still make lots of money. But you got to know where you're wrong. In that, oh, what am I trying to say? And it's going to be different for each and every one of us, basically. You know, how bad do I believe in this position? Well, you know what? I can believe we're going back up in this 92 area today. But the question is am I willing to buy it and sit through this big old drawdown right here? And you know, if you don't look at where we're at, we're trading at 81. Okay, I buy at 81. Well, you're already down $50. We've come down to 80. So, but now you're up $50. So, what are you gonna do? You know, where are you wrong? I wasn't paying attention to right about the 80. But you know, that's the problem with having opinions is will it get there? Probably, but the question is when.
And are you willing to wait?
Yeah, exactly. So you have to have an area that you're gonna look to get long in. You know, I like that 83. But I also saw that we should be testing that 81. So, you know, I'm long at 81 and I'm long at 83. So the question is now what do you do? Well, at 83, I could get out of the 81 and make my 2 points and reduce my load and bring my stop back up to 81 and see what happens.
Chad, I think I would put, I usually put a little bit more than 1 point. One of the problems with the blue band, and I'm sure Don will agree, is that a lot of the, you know, really big traders and people who can see a lot more than we can see, you know a lot of people use that blue band and that their stops are a couple points or a point above it. So if they're going to move the market, if they want to knock out a bunch of stops, they'll go right above the blue band, take everyone's stop out, and then go in the direction that it's, you know, meant to go in. So I like to, you know, above the blue band, if I'm going to go for 5 points or try to squeeze 5 points out of it, you know, on a market day that's moving, you know, quite a bit, you know, then I'll go about 2.5 points above the blue band and go for the 5 point profit target. because unfortunately there's a lot of people out there who can see things on their ladder ticket that we can't. A lot of the brokers.
My problem with the blue band is usually I have a target that's up above it.
And it's always in the way.
It's always in the way. And I promise you, I have watched it enough. When it hits the blue band, it stops. I'm going. Every now and then we blow through it. But I've been stopped by that blue band and going to wait and wait. And so I just usually get out now and just let it back up a little bit. It usually gives me another entry, then I make some more. And well, let's see. We are at 9. That's not a good sign.
So next level on the downside would be the 78. Seems like it's heading right to it.
She's going to have a hard time getting back up to that 92 area.
You're still holding that on.
And we're back to the 83.
Oh, I was just looking for that. Thank you, Chad. I was wondering what the settlement was.
My problem is I've already lost track of the numbers. I'm watching what the price action's doing and how it's reacting to certain things. And okay. At least give me 86. I know 83 should give us 85. And it also should give us 81. So we got an area from 81 to 85 right now. Now we got to see if we're going to retest that 84. something else too is you don't have a whole lot of time to be. You have to be decisive, good, bad, or indifferent. You have to get in, get out, and if you sit around and you wait, you're usually sitting around with egg on your face, waiting for the market to make its move.
Yeah.
And I don't like this. And smart money says bail the position. That 83 is going to be the sticker. And we're making it back to the 81. Here's what we're looking for. Come on, test that 84 again. At 84.75, looks like we ought to touch it.
I don't know. I'm kind of looking for it to go back down to the settlement price.
Probably right.
Sorry, Don.
So that's okay. I mean, just look at this chart. It's in a downhill mode and I'm fighting an uphill battle. But that's what the price action's telling me that we should do. Now, whether I'm reading it correctly is two different things. And my problem is I see where we should go, and man, I want to start jumping in. And next thing I know, it goes lower and lower and lower. And you think, why did I do that? Instead of waiting for a good opportunity. Yeah, you don't get the bottom tick and you don't get the top tick, but you confiscate 3/4 of the move, and that's usually a pretty good move. Okay, guys.
Or maybe it'll do like it did on Friday and just take off again.
That's why they look like they're trying to set it up, but it may be another hour or so before they do that. I don't know. I just see what we should go back to. And if you're willing to hold it and sit through the drawdowns, we'll get there. Or at least we should. Okay. You know, the last time I said that was several years back, and we still hadn't gotten back to it. So, and I had a gap play, and yeah, we're going to close that gap, man. The next thing I know, I'm down on a 5 lot.
Ooh,
Let's see.
that didn't feel good.
I was 52 points down on a 5 lot.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. So I'm going, hey, you just get out of this thing. It's just, I said, that's stupid. And you know, I had the chance to get out at a like a 7-point loss. I'm going, that's just dumb. And to my knowledge, it has not closed that gap. So I'm retired from being a gap player after that.
Maybe you can hop back in.
I'm going, man. You know, when you got a 5 lot, it's going against you, and it's going against you in a big way, and thousands of dollars just keep going up. You think, come on, give me a pullback.
Yeah.
So, take that with a grain of salt when I'm trying to explain something to you that says it's better to get out than it is to that's like this position here. I know that from 81 to 85 is a zone. We should go back to 84, but we don't have to. I mean, if somebody comes in and says boo, and they start taking this market down, and the day is the 15th, yeah. But, if you buy the 81s and you put a stop below the 80, it's not a bad play. We should get back to 83, 84. So, but that's just what did I know this before 8:30 this morning? No. But that's what it's telling me it's doing right now. And so if you can live within those parameters, a couple of points here, a couple of points there, and there's tons of trades during the day.
Depends on what your tolerance for pain is like, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in this case here, it's kind of like, okay, we know that 81 to 85. So if I buy the 81s and I got to stop at, 79.50 or 79.75 right below the 80, and we should get back to 83, that's a good risk to reward. So take the trade. Looks like we're going to go back and test that 81 again. But in something like this right here, when you see it, it looks like we're going to go back and test it. Most of the time, I just get it. If it's 1 point, point and a quarter, point and a half, I don't care. Get out. I've made money on the trade. I'm having another capabilities to make another opportunity right here.
Right.
So is it going to work? I have no idea. But I was able on that one to get to 81 and a quarter. There's our 83.
It's going your way, Don. Hang in there.
We got to get past that 83.75 really, or 84 area.
I'll be back in a sec, Doc.
Okay.
Don, hold on one second.
I'm on. So we're having a tough time making it back to that 84 area. But I'm not greedy. 83.75 will just do me just fine. Yes. You know, we're just trading the price action. It worked out. Let's check this one and see what we ended up with. And the question is would I take the 81 again? Be a whole lot riskier. I'd rather see us get above 84. But above 84, we're going to run into a little resistance up there at that 85, 86 area.
Sorry about that, Don.
That's all right. Well, we made it to the 84.
Oh, it did. Oh, it bounced off it, huh?
Yeah. I got out at
There it is.
375, so I did good.
There you go.
You know, I see the targets, but I've learned that, you know, it may not, it usually hits them and bounces so quick. I usually don't get a feel. So,
Yeah, sometimes you got to put your order in a little bit before.
Yep. And it just, I used to try and get the exact amount, but I'm going, it's just way too much trouble.
Yeah, I've lost a lot of money doing that. Sitting there waiting for it to hit my target. It comes right up to it. Even hits my target, but I don't get filled. That's the worst.
Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb as usual and say, okay, let's see, can we get one more down into here? Okay. Stupid me is going to take it again. Yep. All right, if you take this thing, where are you wrong at? Right there. We have a level down at 78. I like 86. $50, 85, 50. $75. Okay, Mark, I'll be back in a minute.
I'm going to post the levels again in case anyone came in late. I've been waiting all morning for that 78 area and went down to 79.50. Now it's bouncing back up.
Well, we hadn't made it back to 86 yet, huh?
It's probably going to go back to your 84, Don.
Well, that'd be all right too. Give me 8350. That 83 is going to be a tough one to get by. The problem with these chop zones is sooner or later, this thing's going to break one way or the other. And if you're on the wrong side of it, it's going to hurt bad. So that's why I tell you, somewhere in there, you're going to have to figure out where you're going to be wrong.
You there, Don?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Sorry. Lost my mic there for a second.
And that 83 is going to be a pain in the neck. You'd swear it's a blue band. Well, it's a blue line, so I guess that counts. Maybe that's what it is. You need to change the color of these deals. No blue.
I wonder how you would trade if you just took them off the charts completely. No lines at all.
Really and truly, I don't think it would affect me one way or the other. I mean,
pure price action.
Yeah, mainly truly that's what it's that what the patterns are telling me it's doing. And we have the levels, so we know where we should be and where we know that 84 has become a resistance up there. We got to get past 84. And we haven't made it down to our 78 yet. I have to go back and reanalyze this to see if I'm. Yeah.
And here they come, my little rugrats.
It's time.
It's time. Yeah.
Put them on. Let them trade.
Exactly. Daddy, did you make any money today?
We want to go play.
Exactly. Well, I hope you did well this morning, Don. I didn't do too bad.
I'm still going.
Make sure and keep Sal in our prayers. Hope everything works out okay over there.
Do you know what happened? I have no idea.
No, just I think someone had
Just had to go to the hospital.
Yeah. So it didn't sound too good. So hopefully everything will be okay.
Come on, guys.
Let's go into your 84, Don. I know it.
Well, I want to trim my position at 83.50, and 83 is not helping.
All right. Well, you have a good one, Don.
You too.
Stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, buddy. Take care.
Take care, Mark.
You
Bye-bye.
too. Take care, Brad.
Well, guys, I think you just stuck with me for a little while. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, guys, I'm back to the flat area again, even though I really believe in the 86. Guys, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll see what I can answer. If not, we'll defer them to either Brad or Saul. I hope everybody's had a profitable trading morning. You got to watch listening to other people trade. You know, I can't emphasize enough that, look, you have to learn to trust in yourself, because you're the one who knows what your account size is. You know your own risk tolerance. You know, how much of a drawdown am I willing to set in? Really and truly, you shouldn't be setting it in. You ought to have a plan and trade that plan. Now, I had a plan to buy that 81, which I did, and I turned around and I bought another one at the 80, and I did not get out. And the reason I didn't get out is I believe in this position I'm looking at. So I believe 86 is a viable area, which we're trading up at 84.50, 84.75, 85. So, you know, if you believe in 86, get out at 85. You know, get out at 84.75. You know, every one of us different. Safe in the 78 seems much more risky. If it hits, is it likely it will continue down? Well, like I say, I like that 86 area. I believe we're going to go it. I believe we're going to touch it. And if we can get past the blue band, which we're coming down to there, then I would look to see back up into 92 area. But, you know, I was looking at the 92 area when last time we were down here in this 86, 87 area. 87 is going to be an area. So as the market, as we are going into the market, into the morning, things are slowing down. We are reevaluating. We're moving around a little bit based on what the price action's telling us it's doing. And we're just trading off of it. You know, we got the 85 and a quarter. So, you know, if you believed in the 86, if you jumped out at 85, then hey, you did good. Odds are if we get to 85.75, we should see 87. I took a trading class one time, and I always remember the instructor. He was a really nice guy, and he was a good trader. And he said, well, if we do this, the odds are we're going to do this. Now, he just never put it in terms of this is where we're going, this is where we're not going. You know, but the probabilities are in your favor that if it does this, then the odds are in your favor. So take the trade. So the reason I hung into this thing this morning and accepted that little drawdown, and I wasn't in it long, a minute or so, is because I believe in this position that we're up here. I believed in that 86. And so you have to believe in it. I mean, it's a belief system. And Saul told me when we first started trading, just look, he said, the only difference between you and me is I believe in the numbers. You know, he's proved them over and over and over again. And like Mark was saying this morning, you know, we are we are set to Saul's numbers were on Friday were just, or last couple of days were just right on to the tick. And that's the way it is. Sometimes they are on the money. Sometimes we get a little overrun. Sometimes it doesn't quite make it and it bounces off them before it gets to them. And so you have to learn to trade those numbers. And you have to learn to trade them where you're comfortable trading them. And you have to learn to get out when it's kind of like, look, it's not working. And the problem with a lot of these numbers in these levels is that, okay, if you're on a rigid 2-point stop, 2-point target, a lot of times it goes against you 2.5 points, 3 points. Then it turns around and goes up 2, 3, 4, 5 points. You don't ever know. But at some point in time, if you live and die by those rules, your rules will keep you alive and you will play again another day. If you don't, it doesn't take but 1 or 2 runaway trades to run over you. And it gets really expensive then. So I try and caution everybody, look, know where you're wrong when you take the trade. I really do like the 86. Are we going to touch the 86? We should. We should touch that 91, 92 area. We should. But it may take hours, if not all, the rest of the day to get there. So I'm trading what is and where. And so right now, I don't have an opinion. I am flat. I'm watching, waiting. We got a blue band coming down to it. We got the market wanting to go down. But the one of the nice things is like, okay, we didn't get to the 86. Well, I know that 86 exists, so I'm aware of it. I can tell you this right now from looking at what I see right now. We have a 9250. We have a 9250, an 86. That we need to get back to. Now, question is how and when. And that I can't tell you. I just see it when this market does turn and we do start back up, that these are areas that will be good target zones. So you can write them down and just from what I can tell, what it's already done, looks like we're going back to that 85.25. But is there a place to get long? I'm seeing. I mean, it's going to have to come on down. I wish it would come on down and we get down in that 78, 77 area. Let's see, 83. So I'm seeing a lot of different reasons to get long this market. It's just that I don't see a place to get long this market. I'd just be picking a number out of the sky. I was pretty confident down there with 81. I had enough run in it, but now from 82 back to 285, that's just a 2 point. I mean, a 3 point run back to it. So, yeah, it made it back to 84. And we got a blue band coming in there at 85 and a quarter. So trying to get to 86 now is going to be, it could shoot through it. It just, but I'd be more susceptible to get out at 85 if I were long this market. And 83. So I did have an 84 area to get long this market, but I'm looking at just 1 point in there. And I got a blue band coming in at 85 and a quarter. So I'd be looking to say, okay, if I got in at 84, this thing's probably going to come back down and test this 83.50. Yeah. And that one wasn't even worth hardly taking, but I took it. I bought the 83.75s and sold the 84.75s. But I also know that at about 85, we've got a blue band sitting there, so I'm not staying any longer. Okay, guys. I was hoping for a little bit better pull down in there. I was just too slow to get it. Take care, Chad. See you tomorrow. Well, we are trading in a range from down low of 79.50 back up to 85. And I've been using 81 to 85. So it's been a good chop morning. We're going to have to break that 85 to, we're back to the blue band. And I'm now flat again. So come on. You got to touch that 85.25. It has been a good morning this morning. Of course, I like it when it gets like this. I'm a good chop trader that it's not running away from us, but we're not really. If you're levels, if you're just trading just off the levels, we hadn't had very many levels down here. We hit that 84 when we first come down, and that's it. It's not to say that we're not going to go to the levels. We're a little after 10. It won't pull down and it won't go to where I want it to go. What a dilemma. There's just not enough to trade to where I think it's going to go and where we could pull back to. Just keep in mind that I still have that 96 out there and that 95 and a quarter and that 92 up there, I think. Well, guys, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to be in the background. So if you need something, just type it in and either myself or Brad will answer it for you. Anyway, talk to you in a bit. Okay, guys, let's see. What have we accomplished this morning? Our pivot this morning was up at 90. First support level was down at 84. I blew through that, and it went up. And our next one was down at 78. Low was 79.50, so we didn't quite make it. Now that 78 is getting a little suspicious if we get down there to it. We had 85 area up there, 81 to 85, so we've been trading that area. We've had a blue band trade, or did we have two blue band trades? No, we just had one. So for the blue banders that took it, they did all right. I did not take it. I was getting out of the trade instead of into the trade. And that happens sometimes. It's just, and you really have to be paying real close attention and not have your thoughts wandering, because this market will hit your target, get you out, get you short, and it can pay both ways, and it can cut both ways also. So just remember that. We're coming up on 10:30. Europe's got to figure out what they want to do. Who wants to stay long? Who wants to stay short? So what I'm going to end up doing here probably at 10:30, I'm going to take a break, and I'm not going to come back in until probably 11 or close to 12 and take a look at it. And we're running right at 17 handle on the VIX. I would like to see us back above 86, 87. But I don't have a feel for which way this market's headed. Besides, right now it's down. But until it gives me something new to look at, I say I'm going to walk away. It just, I say that, and 2 or 3 hours later, I'm still sitting here. Sometimes I think, what a job. I just love it to death. But since about 9:15, 9:20, we've had the trading range of 81 to 85, and we've been hanging right in there with it. Now with that 85 hit, even though I have 86 up there, I'm not willing to I had more reasons to go after that 86 before the 85 was hit, but since the 85's hit, then it becomes a little bit suspect, and we hadn't really traded away far enough away from it to take the risk, as far as I'm concerned. So if you're going to trade it with caution. Keep your stops in. We'll see what 1030 brings. One of the problems with these types of markets are that they lull you to sleep. You don't think they're going to move away from you, but at any one moment they can come in, and depends on if they're accumulating a position or not. If this is just normal trading, yeah. But if they're, say, if they want to be long and they're accumulating long positions, but they keep it like it's going down, but they keep accumulating and keep accumulating and keep accumulating, then all of a sudden they come back in, and all of a sudden it makes a turn and takes off to the top. Well, they've accumulated what they wanted. They know where they're going to go with it. And they have the pockets deep enough they can do that with. And our job is, not to get caught in a room full of rocking chairs and having a long tail in there. Just don't get crushed. Just remember, our goal is to make money. I'd be real surprised if that 81 holds this time, Dak, but it can. I keep looking for something to trade off of, but it's not giving it to me. This is where an opinion will get you in trouble. I still like that 86, but I don't have a reason to trade it. At least not right now. Before I had lots of reasons. I had several reasons. And so right now I just have one. I'd rather have more than one. Guys, if you feel like that I'm hesitant to tell you what I'm doing, I'm really not. And the reason I don't tell you exactly what I'm doing and what I'm doing is they're a risky position and my risk tolerance is okay. And it is okay with me if I get into this hole. And if I knew you personally and I knew your risk tolerance and stuff like that, I'd be glad to share with you. I mean, but one of the things you have to realize is I can share with you all day long, but the bottom line responsibility is yours and yours alone. It's your money. It's your account. You have to make these trading decisions, when to get in, when to get out. And that comes with learning to trust yourself. And I think if you learn to trust yourself, it'll make a better trader out of you by far. But if you're new to this and you bail off in it, do the same thing I'm doing, and it doesn't work, depending on your account size, you can lose a lot of money pretty quick. And I would hate that. So, basically what we're doing here is, we're giving you levels. And this is what we're trading on. This is what we're doing. And, you put a 2-point stop in it and you're going to get stopped out. You're going to get stopped out quite a few times. But at the end of 100 trades, you'll be ahead of the game. And that's just the numbers of it. If you think about it, well, if you did it, if it was 50-50 and everything was just 2-point stop, 2-point target, that's a break even. At 55% winners, you're going to make 5% on the deal. At 60%, you're going to make 10%. At 70, you're going to make 30. So you're still making money. It just may not be to the nth degree. And I'm talking about trading one lots. And so everybody has to come up and figure that one out, do the math for themselves. What's it showing you? What's it telling you? And when you can do that, then you start to learn to say, okay, this stuff does work. I mean, evidently it works because there sure is an awful lot of people out there making an awful lot of money doing it. And but you have to, if you're small and you're new, and if you got 100 trades and you've lost 40% of them, you think, man, I didn't make any money. But then on the other hand, you've made money on 60%. So you made 20% money over your losses. So and that's just a 2 to 2. And there's going to be times in there you're going to get stopped out, and there's going to be other times it's going to run 2, 3, 4, 5 points. It's just, you just have to come in and sit down and learn to trade what's right for you, and to keep your stops in, have your set of rules, live by those rules, and make money. I have to admit, the 81 has been a good area to buy at. I didn't take that one. But it's tough to write one playbook that fits everybody. I've taken enough courses through a lot of different people, and they were all great traders. Don't get me wrong. And what they did works real well for them, but it didn't fit me. And my mind's capability, I guess you might say. Well, that's the first encouraging sign I've seen in a little while. Well, they let it run up there, then they tank it right back off. Well, I tell you what, if it hits 84 and it lets me out of this position, I think I might call it a day. And or I'm gonna get tired of waiting on it, and I'm gonna bail this position and call it a day. One of the two. And or it's going to give me another opportunity. I think I'm starting to like that 81 again. Coming down to do their 78 area. You want to be careful with that 78. Yeah, that's the reason why. Next area is going to be 68. 74 should be a little spot in there. Yep. That's what they were doing. They were sitting there accumulating this mess. That's why you put your stops in. If you had the 81s, you had to stop at 80 or 79. You're a whole lot better off. That 72 should give us 70. This is 74. 72 to 70 into 68. Also, we have to watch that 64. I don't have no idea who said what. I don't think I have any. And we're down to 68. Well, if you took the 68, you're getting paid off. '64, '65 area. There's a little area of concern in there. Still trading around that 68. Should have traded 72 to 74. And we only got the 73, 75. I was looking to see if I've had any news, but I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything that causes they were just accumulating this morning. I know we probably need to see that 65 area. Well, we knew that the 78 was suspect. And the 68 worked well. Well, if you bought the 68 again, you're getting paid off again. That's not the rule, but depending on your risk tolerance. We should trade from 68 to 74 or higher. Well, close enough for me. You're welcome, Timothy. See you tomorrow. Surprised we didn't touch that 74. We only got to 73, 75. There we go. That's better. All right, guys, we are at 11 o'clock. We should have a little resistance back up there at 76, 77 area.
Hey, again, quick shout out and thank you to Don. Our Trade Along Live session goes from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. We're at the end of that session. If you haven't signed up for it, check out our website. Make sure you're signed up for it. Hey, Kurt, how are you making out? Mark L., welcome aboard. Rama, let me know if you're back. Hey, Wayne, how are you? HT, let me know how you're making out also. Use the chat feature to respond. I'll send out a link for you to review our services. Hey, Mark L., if you need a quick update about what we do, how we do it, let me know, and I will give you a quick update in audio. Tried to get my camera working today, and there was an update in Zoom that took my camera out of action. It was weird. I did restart a couple times. It looked like it was going to get better, but it didn't get better. But it was a major hop based on the upgrade. It went from the older version. I don't know what the heck they added, but they must have added a lot because there was a big jump in the number. But they've been doing a lot of great stuff in the background to make this experience a lot better for everybody. So I appreciate the work that they're doing on in the background. Our drop in right into Zoom is tradealonglive.com, tradealonglive.com. The website that we just put up, it's probably about 6 weeks old. We've had a number of individuals go to the website and sign up for Sol services, which is great. tradealongtradingacademy.com, tradealongtradingacademy.com. It's a great blend, based on modern trading education. We've got the ability to take individuals into private session in Zoom, take them from where they are, where they like to be, whether they're a new trader focused on trading the market, in this case the S&P 500 E-mini, and they're looking to develop consistent profitability. Sol's able to take them into private session, set them up to move forward from where they are, where they'd like to be, and ultimately have them come in on a daily basis into the Trade Along Live session, which we just experienced, as a proving ground and an access point to Sol as they're applying their newfound trading skills. The Trade Along Live session is great for traders that have a trading methodology and are looking for hold on one second here. For those that are, comfortable in their own skin when it comes to trading, and are looking for Sol's proprietary scalping levels from an educational point of view, his levels and zones, those targeted areas become the areas of interest for the morning's trade. And then it's a matter of the entries, exits, and stops, and the opportunities around those levels and zones as the price happens or the price changes in the S&P 500 E-mini contract. So that's the focus of the morning session that we call the Trade Along Live session. And then the opportunity to join Sol in private class is after the morning session is over. So the morning session goes from 9 a.m. to 12 noon, with the body of the trading happening between 9:30 and 11:30. We do shout out and look to work with those that haven't banked their money between those hours. And if you are a candidate for Sol's trading education and his mentoring, then we can talk about that personally and privately on the telephone. Review our website to give you an idea of what we do, how we do it, why we do it, and why it could be important to you as a trader. There's various links on there. One goes to services. Check that out. And then you can also subscribe. I prefer the bundle. The bundle gives you the best of both worlds. It gives you the ability to be taught, mentored, and the ability to come in here on a daily basis, apply your newfound trading skills, and then be critiqued. It's like hiring somebody to work with you over a significant period of time to help you bridge the gap from where you are and looking for consistent profitability based on your trading. That's what we do every day. So Wayne, if you're interested, let us know. Rama, let me know. Kurt, let me know. HT, let me know. And we'll take it from there. And we appreciate you being here.
Well, it's already gone. Well, we run back up to the 75 and we just stop. I was in hopes to see to run up to that 76, 77 area. Well, guys, it's a little after 11. I've got some stuff that I have to go attend to now. I'll be checking back in and out. Just remember, keep your stops in, because we have no idea where this critter's going.
Hey, Don, appreciate you working with us today.
No problem. Glad to be able to.
Absolutely. And obviously the focus is the morning session between 9 a.m. and 12 noon, or 9:30 and 11:30 Eastern time.
Yep.
The afternoon session is taken up by individuals that are in Sal's mentoring based on his schedule and their schedule, which has been working out great. So I appreciate all your input and help. And I liked you trying to work, Mark in to putting on his camera, which he was texting me privately in the background that he's working on it feverishly. So we'll see. But we'll try to get him on. I appreciate you giving him the needle here and there.
I'm going to shut it down for a little while. I've got to go. Got some firewood piled up out there. I'm going to have to go take the tractor and spread it apart where I can get in there and saw it up.
Okay. Well, you've got your things to do, man.
And
that's why we have the afternoon session, right? The afternoon session is for everybody's personal time because they've made their money in the morning session, if possible, based on the action of price.
I'll come back in about 1 and start looking at it again in the afternoon. I like trading. That's my problem. I just trade way too much.
Yeah, but you also develop the opportunity to have freedom.
Yeah.
Based on your trading, which I think is great.
Trade. Yeah. So,
if you don't want to trade, you don't trade, but
that's it.
But your action based on your relationship with Sal in the morning is pretty cool. So we appreciate it.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome. I appreciate it also. I have no idea what it's going to do now.
Don't worry about it. Why would you?
Well, I kind of like a little idea, and that way I can come back and trade that idea later on. So it didn't, it's stopping short. It should have went up to that 76, 77 area, and it just got up there and just played out. And I don't like that. I like it doing what it should do to the levels it should go to. But They're not trained to suit me. They're trained to do their work, not mine. Oh,
Yeah, well,
I don't know.
let's call
Did
it.
you hear?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to ask you. Did you hear what they? Was there any news out? I couldn't see anything that caused this thing to really fall.
See the bond market and everything. I think there's a lot of stuff out there that is still
today they had
unknown.
Well, today they had bond. What was it?
They had an auction. You mean?
Yeah, I think bond auction today.
Yeah, I mean they have auction. That. Yeah, they have that stuff on a regular basis. The inflation stuff. That's why I think it's interesting that from your perspective, Sol's perspective, you're only wrestling this thing for a short period of time to take your money off the table.
Yeah.
And all the concepts and all the stuff that's happening out there is, it's crazy. So it doesn't, to try to figure out where the market's going has crushed so many people.
Tell me about it.
I feel the same. I feel the same way about cryptos or, that type of thing. Is that is a land of its own, and you can only really wrestle it to get your money out. But to try to predict and hold on to stuff is really a terrible idea. And the concepts of looking for 2-point plus moves and being flat, with a decent stop, you don't have to worry about what's going to happen next because you've pulled your money out of the market or your risk off the table and you're flat. And then you just wait for the next opportunity based on, in this case, whether the levels are giving you any insight or what's happening based on the market.
Yeah.
But the idea of trying to figure this stuff out based on who's running the show, it's just nutty. And the concept of inflation and the ports and the stickers, like when I go to get gas, it's like I get pissed off.
How bad is gas in your part of the world?
It's $5.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
We're at 3 and.
Well, you're in a state that actually has, the opportunity to pump their own gas out of the ground,
one of
right?
the biggest gas production facilities, not 25 miles away.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, depending on what grade of fuel you get.
Yeah.
If you're in Manhattan, it's $5 and change. So it costs you almost $100 to fill up your tank. And that's a lot of wood when it was $34 not too long ago.
Yeah.
So when that, and then it's completely unnecessary based on, the Politico stuff. This is all inflicted on people. That's unnecessary. And that's the same thing with food prices and the port backup and, all this stuff is self-inflicted. We went from the best economy ever, 4 years ago, or whatever the time is now, maybe 3 years ago, to, a sputtering piece of crap, so it's weird. I don't know if people picked up on it or not, but, like, what do you do about it? I don't know. It's above my pay grade.
The only reason I can think that the market truly is up here where it is because they're passing that $1 trillion bill, and there's going to be a lot of money to be made in the market, I guess you might say.
Yeah, and they have, right? They passed the, they passed the infrastructure one, which just means a lot of money floating around the states, because I don't know if it's geared to anything. I mean, states are lining up to come up with projects to spend the money on.
Yeah.
So that's a whole nother thing. So there is money, and then they have this other one, this Build Back America thing, which is really just a way to screw people out of their money when it comes to the IRS and everything. So it's just another control project, and that thing should never pass. But if it does, I'm don't know what the answer is. I think there's going to be a revolution. Because did you hear that 4.4 million people just said, screw it, I'm not going back, I'm just quitting?
Yeah.
That's a lot of people just saying, and then it just happened like 3 weeks ago. It's not like this happened a long time ago.
Well, I
4
know
weeks
people,
ago.
and they were blaming it on the unemployment running longer and stuff of that nature. But I don't know.
I think people are just fed up. I think they've got a phone. Like, people's needs are very minimal these days.
Yeah.
You can live in your mother's basement, your parents' basement. You can, if you have a phone, you're connected to the world. So if you can meet your phone bill, then you're a happy person, because everybody spends time smoking pot and hanging out on their phone. It's like really nutty out there. Everywhere I go in Manhattan, you smell reefer. And it smells like skunk. It doesn't even smell nice. Like if it was like I was walking around and it was like flower power and everything smelled pretty cool, I'd be like, oh, this is great. But meanwhile, it's like I feel like the skunk is out and I'm like, I hate this, So there's a lot of people just doing nothing, right? And they're just saying, I'm not going to work for $15 an hour, because by the time I commute, by the time I do this, I got no money anyway. So I'm just going to veg out and just hang out. And that's very dangerous for society.
Yeah.
I don't do that every day. I'm trying to figure out how to get to the next month.
That's it. You got to make a living.
Right? And nobody's paying my bills. Nobody's sending me any money.
I've worked for myself all my life. So, when I quit, it quits.
Well, so yeah, you have to. I mean, how you can even do it, And these people are now living off the land. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're doing.
Well, I don't think
they all moved out, and now they're milking cows, or they're
they
milking
have no
something.
consensus of what it takes to be on a farm and the hard work that it is. It's day in and day out. It just daylight to dark.
Yeah. I don't know what I don't know what the answer is. I just, I've talked to I heard a pretty knowledgeable person about the ports, like in California. And they said, if you went in to ship something, like you said, listen, I got a container ship coming in and I want to unload it. They're saying February and March is when you can get that in. So right now we're in November. So they have to unload all the ships that are out there, just sort of, imagine like the condition of the goods that are just bobbing and weaving out, in the middle of nowhere in the ocean, wine, booze, all sorts of crazy stuff. It's all, just bobbing and weaving out in the ocean somewhere, waiting to get into the port. And there ain't nobody home at the port unloading, and then there's no trucks apparently, or truckers to truck the stuff around. It's just insane.
Yep.
I was thinking I should go out and be a trucker, but now, what's going to happen? All the truckers are going to be replaced by Elon Musk's trucks that are all battery operated and driverless.
Yeah.
That's coming real fast. You don't think that that's part of the whole deal? There's going to be robot drivers, and then these people are going to be sitting home smoking weed. What are they going to do?
Then they're going to have to back up. How long are these trucks going to have to charge before they can move?
Well, the infrastructure bill has a whole bunch of crazy charging station money.
Yeah.
To do, internet, domestic charging stations everywhere.
Yeah.
That's like a huge giveaway to these people, right? The ones that are making the battery operated stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how crazy that is.
Eventually its time will get here. I just think they're trying to get ahead of the times and
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
One thing I do know for sure is that our government can't manage squat. You know, they shouldn't be. You know, if you ran a business like they run the government, you'd be out of business.
And listen, I agree with you. I think that Fauci guy, I want to know how much money he makes off all these deals he has with all these universities and all their, medical stuff. I want to know what these people make, because there's an inside game going on that hasn't been exposed. And that is really, it cost a lot of people their lives.
Yeah.
And they don't get held accountable, I mean, I think it's just an inside game. But they had the university programs where they were all dialed into, all the research communities.
Yeah,
and they're out there researching. But then the people in the government or quasi-government get tied into, the outcomes and the marketing of a lot of these products. And I think that they own a lot of the patents. I don't know if they call them patents in the drug industry, but whatever they call it.
Yeah, they're patents.
I think there's a lot of money going on. And, it's all twisted up into money, for universities, for all these people. So that's why I think we got all screwed up with the hydrochloroquine and all that other crazy stuff, the easy stuff. It all had to be the paid stuff, the big money stuff. I mean, it saved me to get the, I got the antibodies or whatever it was. Like there was a certain, I can't remember the name of it. But I got that, but I couldn't have hydrochloroquine. I couldn't have some of the other stuff. I took what that, they gave me.
See, they're going around here. And some people are going in and testing positive, and they're saying, "What do you do?" I said, "Well, I'm a farmer. I bale hay and stuff." They said, "Just go outside and keep doing what you're doing. Treat them or nothing." He said, "Sunshine's the best thing for it." It really sent them home.
Well, remember they were talking about people drinking bleach or something, right? Back in those days. I think it's pretty funny. And there was probably something to be said about it. I don't know. It's, one of the crazy people out there.
I was trying to caution them this morning about doing, me sharing everything that I'm doing with them. I said, it works for me, but, it may not fit your tolerance. It may, just because I do it, I says, I'm prepared to suffer the consequences of what I'm doing. I said, but I sure would hate for you to have to suffer my consequences based on what I think. And
that's interesting.
I hope I got that across to him. I says, you got to learn to trust yourself.
Well, and don't get me wrong. I think what you're saying is that you're schooled in the art of trading and have spent the time to get there.
Yeah.
So you have a little bit more latitude with what you're doing.
See, there you go. You just should have come in and said it for me.
No, but I mean, think about it. I mean, that's really what it's all about, right?
Yeah. And some of that comes with time until you get comfortable with it. Then once you get comfortable with it, the trouble is not to get too comfortable and complacent. That's when it bites you in the butt.
Yeah, I mean, so it's funny. So one of the reasons we set up the academy, right, was for people to be able to get through the basics of what you're supposed to be doing and then apply it to learn the art part and then make it second nature for yourself. But that doesn't happen by accident.
No,
in a controlled environment.
Yeah.
What is your controlled environment? If you don't have, somebody, I don't know who it would be, it could be anybody, right? Sort of saying, hey, you did that great, but you could have done it this way and it would be a little better for you. Or, oh, you got that down, but look at it this way. This is what was happening based on the action of price at this particular level.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, who are you listening to? I mean, you can't, I've spent enough time talking to traders to know that you can't look in the mirror and count on that person.
Yeah.
That person ain't home. That's a deluded person that is not able to give you a critique, except for try it again or go back in or put more money up. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah.
And that's why we got here, because we were trying to figure out, how do you have the best of both worlds? The afternoon session, if the concentration is the morning session for a couple hours and you can do your business and be done for the day, then we made that the Trade Along Live intensive, right?
Yep.
And then you have somebody as a wingman. Could be you, could be Saul, it could be Mark, you know what I mean? That have experience and have developed the art form. And that's a bumper for an individual to do that.
Yeah.
Right. And then the training or the tweaking or adjusting or making whole, like let's say somebody comes in and they've almost got it, and then you can help them get it. It's worth its weight in gold in private session in a private Zoom room, and then come into the Trade Along Live session as a proving ground of what you just learned or what you just changed or what you just adapted to. And then that gets critiqued. And one of the greatest things that I figured out pretty early is that because Don is looking at the same levels, you can now give a critique of the action that happened at that level because you experienced it.
Yeah.
You saw it. You saw the temperament of the market. You saw the action of price. You were involved mentally at that level. So when you answer the question based on your experience in the art form, you're really giving a legitimate answer. And if you don't have it, you say it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell is going on. That was screwy. But what about the good stuff?
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen. I don't know of any other situation, from a education, I want to be a trader. I've tried and I'm not getting it right. I got to find somebody to help me, or I'm starting out new and I really want to do this. I don't know of a better situation than has been currently set up by this Trade Along Trading Academy concept and the people that are here.
Yeah.
You, Don J. hailing from the great state of Texas, Mark L. from the great state of California, and the middle, holding down the whole middle of the country, is the great Saul Shaul. Right? Who I'm still trying to get on camera.
Good luck with that.
He gave me a very good thought, right? Like I was always wondering, like, why doesn't he want to go on camera? Why is that? You know what I mean? And he said, well, what in the heat of battle, when he's trading, right, and talking, which is hard enough to do, right, is that he doesn't think it's a good idea for him to be on camera during that battle part. So I asked him, I said, well, that's great. Can you come on camera after the morning session and start to give your end of morning session updates, just before we roll out into, the end of the Trade Along Live session? So I think he'll start doing that if we get Mark on and you get on and I can get my camera back on. But I think at the end of the morning session, he can come on and do an overview of how the morning went and his levels, because he used to do that all the time, and it depended on the day. Sometimes it would bleed over a little bit depending on what he had going. But if we can do that, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. And then in his classroom, he can do what he wants and he can have the camera on or whatever, in this private Zoom classroom in the afternoon. But I understood finally what he was trying to tell me, based on the camera. or the camera worked,
Yeah.
So that's where we're at on that one, and we'll get there. But I just thought it was interesting that he was, saying that to me.
He's thinking
Hey.
about it.
Well, I think if we can get him at the end of the morning session, I'm actually happy with that. He doesn't have to do any more than that.
Yeah.
That'll bring him out into the world a little bit. Hey, Jenny, how are you today? Jenny W. Kurt, let me know if you have any questions. Rama, let me know if you're there. HT and Wayne, let me know if you're there. Yes, so that's, I think that's going to come. I think the Zoom thing is really interesting to me because of the personalized nature and the fact that it's like its own thing. You say Zoom, everybody knows it now.
Yeah.
They know what it means. They know it's visual. They know it's interactive. They know that it's intimate. You know what I mean? As far as the ability to communicate.
Yeah.
And that has helped a lot. I know.
I'm sorry. I got sidetracked here.
No worries.
Yeah. If I stop stalking in the middle of stream, I'm looking at something.
You just take your time. You got, you're working on, you're an artist.
Now I'm digging myself out of a hole. That's what I'm doing.
You're an artist named Prince, wasn't he? He called himself the artist named Prince.
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just trying to, like everybody else, I'm just trying to trade. Trying to save my butt and make a little money at the process.
Got the right idea, my friend.
Well, dadgum, it won't give me much of a. I've been looking for that 76, 77 area for the last 30 minutes. That's a bad thing about lunchtime. It is slow grind.
Well, it's interesting because that's our mantra, right?
I mean, there's
mantra is to trade the more. It's harder money.
It is. I mean, you really have to work hard. Well, you got to be patient.
It's harder money.
But if you've ever traded at night, this is pretty simple.
Wasn't that funny though? That that's right. I mean, a lot of people like to trade Forex because they can do it in odd hours.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody makes any money with Forex. They all get screwed by the people chiseling their money out of their hands that are running the companies.
There's a guy. Oh, I'm trying to remember his name. Anyway, they called him the Greek. And he basically trades from midnight till 7 in the morning, I say. Every night. That's all he trades. And when the market, after the, what was that, 208 crash and everything, or in the 2000 crash, they were looking for something to trade. There was nothing to trade. And they started trading at night, and they got to learning to trade at night. And so, I mean, if you're trading from midnight till 7 in the morning, you're trading London, Germany. You're trading the ES and the S&P, but it's those are the markets that are open that are trading it.
Yeah, well, they do it through, what is it, Globex?
Yeah, Globex, yeah.
I mean, I don't know how, Globex was the opening of Saul used to talk about going in at night.
Yeah.
And trading some of the night sessions.
Mm-hmm.
But, that became painful because it was so slow.
Yeah.
And then, now people are doing it remotely, which is, the whole nother Megillah, right?
Yeah. See, and that was part of one of the courses I took. I learned to trade at night. So I don't mind trading at night. If especially a lot of times during the day, I will see something and say this market should be going up. Well, it's not going up. And so after the market shuts down, I'm looking at places to get long this market. And I may not be able to stay in it, but for 7, 8, maybe 10 points, and it come right back down. But I'll take that, and it comes back down. I'll do it again. I've seen the times where I've done it 3 and 4 times a night. And you wake up, you're 20, 30, 40 points ahead the next morning, and you think, I ain't trading today. It's just I'm going back to bed.
No, you're thinking I can fix my tractor now.
Yeah.
You got the part money. You got the money for parts. No, you got the money for parts, baby.
There for a while, man, I was trading in the day and at night. It's kind of like you just wear yourself out, and you think, slow down a little bit. There's enough to go around. They're not going to run out anytime soon.
Well, I think it's interesting because once you're skilled, you can do that. Price action trading. So I was talking about using in other markets.
Yeah. And I was trying to explain
once you get it down,
what I was doing is I was actually trading the price action, what it was telling me. And I had a bunch of different reasons to trade it. And they were all working, and just kind of like, yeah, this market wants to go down. But after it hit that last number, I said, even though I have targets above, I'm not going to guarantee they're going to go to it, at least not anytime soon. And I said, one thing for sure, we've been in this range for a while, and they're going to break it one way or the other. And I can't tell you which way they're going to break. So put your stops in. That's the whole thing I can tell you.
Yeah, and I heard you going over that, Juice. Yeah. You gotta know where to place your stops based on the action of price.
Yeah.
Because people get and I don't know, you could tell me if this happens to you, but when you get into a trade and you know what you're doing, you get out of the trade before you even stopped out.
Yeah.
Because you're like, I feel it. I don't feel it. You could be wrong, you could be right, but you don't chase, and you don't have to stay into something if you don't want to stay into it.
Yeah. I mean, that 81 this morning, and it was pure price action. It's kind of like, okay, you buy it here, you sell it here. You buy it here, you sell it here. And, there was 3 or 4 points in there a bunch of different times, and just kind of like, okay. But the market was not telling me that, okay, we're reversing yet. Yes, we're going to go down, but it's not quite ready yet.
Now, how do you come up with that?
I'm watching the charts.
No, I understand that, but is it a feeling that you get?
Well, a lot of times say after the open this morning, the market started, it went down, then it went back up, then after 9 o'clock, usually after 9 o'clock is the key. But in the process of everything from probably 8 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock, it's kind of like the market is leaving tracks in the sand that we're going to come back to. Areas, spots, breaks above something. And I can't tell you everything because that's giving away some stuff that Saul taught me. And so, when I go back and I look, I'm going, okay, what did I see this morning? That gave me this, said, okay, we're going back to these areas. And I saw these footprints or these spots that we should get back to. And so we were just at that point in time, we were either looking for a level, an area, whatever the price action was doing, blue bland plays. So I'm seeing all this after the open, and I'm going, okay, well, I know that once we get down to the 81 area, I like the 81. I have a reason to trade that 80, 81 area to get back to 83 to 85. And man, I'm just trading it away. Just about every 5 minutes, I've got a trade. And so, and I knew where, below 80, I should be out. Well, it went below 80 and I didn't get out. And I'm glad I didn't because it worked out, went on up there, and I made all my points. and then it made one more run back up there, and then it was kind of like, okay, I have no new areas to get back to.
It's
And
interesting.
so,
And does that come because you are?
a lot of this was taught from Saul in his course. And like I say, I can't tell it without giving it away. I could tell it's you, but not over the air.
Well, it's interesting to me because what you are expressing is experience
Well, that's true.
and
It's what is.
and attention to what's really happening versus. So if you're, and this is just throwing something out there, right?
Yeah.
If you're an experienced trader and you're coming to your screens and you're paying attention to the action of price over a period of time, and you're also relating that to levels that Saul has created, now you're identifying, right, based on your experience.
Well, these were areas in between the levels. This is what I try and tell people. Once you learn how to do this, you learn to trade in between the levels. This is a price action play, not a level play.
Right, but what I'm saying is that based on your overall interaction with the market at risk on a daily basis, right?
Yeah.
You've identified based on your, I don't know what you would call it,
It's experience. That
but it's also experience based on price action.
Right, correct. This was stuff that Saul taught in his course that I'm going, okay, I've seen this, but it's never made a whole lot of sense to me. I'm more of a visual type trader. I have a hard time remembering the numbers. And so I have to put lines on my chart to where I see the numbers. Well, that's me. Other people can remember 10 of these levels with no problem. But I've learned that, okay, when it does this, we're coming back to this area. When it does that, usually we're coming back to this area. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that concept, except wherever you get in at, you have to know where you're wrong. That's the most important thing, because if it doesn't go your direction, are you going to be sitting in this big old drawdown?
Right.
So, and if you can do that and you know where you're wrong, then it doesn't matter. You just trading. If you're wrong, get out. And I got hit 5 times. Well, that's not great. But 5 times out of 100 trades does not make or break a trader. So yes, you're going to get hit. The market's not going to go your way. It's going to have momentum. It's going to run further. It's going to do, for whatever reason. And I was trying to explain to them this morning. I said, I can know where it's going and still lose money. If you get in too soon, if you don't, what was it this morning? I think the lady probably expressed it really, really good. It was, again, real, basically, you can get in right. A good trade is you get in right and you get out right. But you can take a good trade where you get in right and you get out wrong, and still it turns into a bad trade. And so there where it comes the part of you come into play, because you're the one that has to manage. Because once you're in a trade, the only thing that you can truly do at that point is manage the money. You can't make it go with you or against you or whatever. It's going to do what it's going to do, and you have to decide what you're going to do, and you have to do it in fairly short order because you don't have a whole lot of time to, sit down and most of the time, sit down and drink a cup of coffee and get slammed. And, you put the trade on. This is where I'm right. This is where I'm wrong. What am I going to do here?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's interesting because you're talking about managing your trade based on your not only your experience but your feeling.
Yeah, your feeling and what sauce. And I can understand because when you come in with an opinion, you tend to trade that opinion. I'm still trading this opinion back up to 85 or 90, 86 and 92. That's my opinion. Well, as long as you were getting in, we're trading up at this 76, 77 area, which I said that's where we should run into some resistance. And so that's where we're at. We're also sitting at a blue band but if we got in down here at that 68 level, you're doing good. You almost got 8, 9, 10 points out of the trade. And out of those two trades off of that one level, there is good possibilities you ought to have 10 or 12, 14 points in it. And so that comes with a little bit of experience. And even if you didn't get the level, there's other ways to get into the trade that go along with what Saul taught. And so, I just see all sorts of opportunities that just keep just unfolding and unfolding and unfolding.
Yeah, no,
and for me, it's been the process of learning to trust me, what I'm doing, and a lot of it is experience. The advantage I'll tell you this, and everybody can take it with a grain of salt. For me, taking Saul's course allowed me to tap into his experience to see these things that I am using today. And, he told me back then, he says, look, I'm not trying to take away with what you've already learned. I'm trying to make you a better trader. And I think, honestly, he has. He has showed me some stuff. He is, I don't have any complaints. If I didn't do anything but learn these two little old things from Saul, they've been money makers for me. And he teaches a lot of other stuff that I don't even use. I'm kind of like, I don't have enough time to dig in the toolbox to use that one. Just go with what I got.
What's interesting to me, and I've noticed it myself, is that you have no, I shouldn't say it that way. Somebody that comes into Saul's world has the ability people can do it every day, right? Yeah. But if you're part of Saul's course and his mentoring and you have the kind of relationship, there is a symbiotic relationship between the two of you.
Yeah.
That when you are communicating with him, he is receiving information from you that's important to him.
Yeah.
Because you're seeing things. Now, when you ask him a question, you're asking him a question because you are looking for somebody to bounce something off of or learn something based on that particular point in time, based on the price action part and what's happening. And it's interesting because that not only helps him, but I think it also has an impact on what you're doing based on that moment in time and what's happening based on his levels or zones, your levels or zones, the action of what you're putting on or taking off at that moment in time.
Yeah.
Which I think is really interesting because you don't get that. I mean, that doesn't exist, in my opinion, that you have relationships that build based on the experience of the two parties.
Yeah.
In the right direction.
Yeah.
Which is putting on a trade and taking it off and banking your money. And then
that's
the
what we
levels
truly
and
need to do.
where we're going next.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We as a trader group, in my opinion, we get to know each other. We get to, and they talk about what they like, and you think, well, maybe I need to look at that. I keep running, and Mark and I are a good example. Mark he likes the blue band trade. I cuss the blue band because every time I want to go someplace, the blue band's between me and it. And I've got to fight with that blue band. So I've quit fighting with the blue bands, and Saul says, well, you just don't respect it. And he's right. I didn't respect it. But now I just get out, and if it runs on the way up there to my target, hey, tough. I have set that blue band has stopped me more times, and way more times than it runs to my target. Let's put it that way. And so I usually get out, and if I was smart, I'd get out and reverse my position, take that profit, look for a new entry, and get long again. It's just, but after a while, you're in one direction, and you think, okay, I'm out of the trade, and because you can reverse in so many different times, you really got to be on your toes, and if you do it too many times during the day, you are slap dab wore out by the end of the day.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I like I like the concept of, I don't know if I'm using the right term, but when I say that Saul is your wingman for the morning session, that's really a relationship.
Yeah.
And when I say that, when people I get asked, like, why can't we parrot him? Why can't we, see him enter trades? And I'm going, that leads to a lot of problems. But if you have somebody who you have a trading relationship with, and your goals are the same, right?
Yeah.
And it's working, and that you're working to a better outcome based on your trading, and you can get your questions answered based on the reality of price movement now, or at the end of the morning session. Discuss what you did, how you did it, why you could do it this way, what really happened with somebody that's trading also in the same, sphere. I mean, that's impressive.
That's
really impressive.
You listen to Saul, and he doesn't get real excited. He's just easy going. But it doesn't matter if this market is falling through the floor or shooting through the roof. He's about the same pace either way, whether he's making money or losing money. And let me tell you, that kind of experience is tough to come by.
And something, I'm sure that it bugs him, right?
Oh yeah,
but
I don't think he wouldn't be human if it didn't.
The goldfish concept, that the goldfish has, the memory for 7 seconds.
Yeah.
Right. And then get back onto it. Not the memory of what you did, not the memory of what to do, the memory of what transpired. That's why it was interesting to me, and this was a little while ago, that, the big revelation was, don't put your P&L up at all.
Yeah.
Just do points.
Yeah.
I lost 3 points. I made 4 points. You know what I mean? Nothing to do with money.
Yeah.
Because if you watch your P&L going up and down, you start to have a panic attack.
Oh yeah.
People can't handle that. So they said, oh wow, big revelation. Just take that down so you don't see it. Just work on points.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing to do if that's what's bothering you.
I'll tell you what, the psychological game is probably the hardest thing about this whole thing. I mean, let's face it, what we do, we buy and sell stuff. That's pretty simple. only question is when do we buy and when do we sell? That's the little harder part.
That's true, right?
That's it. I mean, the mechanics, the everyday mechanics of what we do is just, you can't get any simpler. It just, but man, we can really over sophisticate it, and we don't have to. I guess what I was going to tell you a while ago is just, it's really nice to get to the point to where, look, say, first of all, I realize that I cannot make money on 100% of the time. I don't know anybody who can. Now, there's days that you can, but then there's days that you can't. And a lot of it's market, a lot of it is self-personal. But it's nice to come in here and say, I think I'm going to yank out, make 10 points out of this thing and quit for today. And you can do it. And once you learn that you can do it, then you start getting a big head till it slaps you down. Then you get humbled again. And but it's just a nice thought that, look, I can come in, and I don't care if I get 1 point out of this market. I took 1 point out of a market that is controlled by some really sharp people.
Yeah, that's why I call it wrestling the market, right?
Yeah.
Think about that part. I'm just wrestling it for a short period of time.
Yeah.
And the other thing I think you mentioned is that has happened where individuals get too ahead of themselves.
Yeah. Brad, let me hold on a minute. I'll be right back.
No problem. So anyways, we're here into the afternoon here. We've broken up the service into segments. For those that have a trading strategy, the Trade Along Live segments between 9 a.m. and 12 noon. We're Eastern time. Right now it's 1:04 p.m. on November 15th, 2021. Everything we do is for educational purposes only. Nothing is to be taken as direct trading advice. The Trade Along Trading Academy has an opportunity for traders, whether they're new or experienced, to look to develop consistent profitability in their trading based on our services. It's a goal. It's not a guarantee. The afternoon session is used for trading mentoring, trading class, one and the same. Rosal takes you, or has the opportunity to take you into private class, take you from the beginning trader through the process, experienced trader, tune up, and help you get the most out of what you can do. And the morning session, we call it the Trade Along Live Intensive, is for trades to be done based on your newly found trading skills, and then the critique of those skills based on your mentoring and your class time with Saul. You can either be doing one contract in simulation, one contract in real time. When you get good at it, you can raise your contract size. And it's also, the Trade Along Live session is for traders that already have a technique that they're happy with, and they're looking for Saul to be their wingman from an educational point of view, help with their discipline, focus. And Saul gives out his proprietary scalping levels during the morning session as an opportunity for you. Gives out a pivot and other levels on top and bottom of that pivot. I'll give out the levels that he was working with today. So we had the pivot at 46.90, resistance at 98, 47.04, 10, and 20. Support at 84, 78, 68, 59, and 50. So those were the levels that Saul was starting out with during the morning session. He adapts because they're levels and zones based on the action of price. There's nothing fixed or cookie cutter here. There is a concept called price action trading strategy. And that's what Saul puts to use based on his 25 years experience. You could learn that application of that strategy in his private mentoring sessions. You go to the website, you can read about it. I would take the time to do that. If you haven't signed up for it, take the time to do that also. Pick which way you'd like to go and get on with it. We ask you to self-police yourself. Jenny, let me know what you're doing. HT, Kurt, Rama, Wayne, everybody else. Check out the area. I just sent it out to everybody in chat.
Well, you still around?
I am here.
Okay.
I'm just working on something on the side too. I'm trying to get an ad running, but they're freaking me out, man.
You got more patience than I do.
Well,
did you say the other day when I was talking with you, did you say that you had Windows 11 yet?
I have it on one computer.
What do you think about it
somehow
so
we got in. I haven't used it enough. It was a little, some websites had to catch up, to the, some of the, different department stores and that type of thing.
Yeah.
It does something strange with email, as far as the way the email is displayed. I don't know, because I don't use that computer a lot. On the main one that I'm using now, I haven't upgraded because I fear that I won't be able to, do some of the login stuff that I'm doing.
Yeah.
I could
give it a while though.
Yeah, I think. Well, something. If I was smart, I'd give it like 6 months.
Yeah.
Of it being out, because then everybody can catch up. But it may force me to do it anyway. Like I'll click on something and all of a sudden it'll be like just pending. So I don't know. I don't like to, I'm of two minds. Like on my phone, I'll update right away to the newest stuff. On my computer, I like to wait, but then sometimes I do something stupid by doing it too soon.
Yeah.
So
I can relate.
Yeah, I just, but I think if you're building that new box you were talking about,
yeah,
just build it for that.
Well,
because
the problem that I'm running into now is there's motherboard issues with the new 11. And some of that is over my head, and I'm kind of waiting until all the motherboard people kind of get caught up with the new transitions to Windows 11.
I mean, I would definitely do that. I mean,
yeah,
the motherboards is the most important thing for throughput.
Yeah.
You can have the fastest everything, but if the motherboard can't handle the throughput, then you're in a little bit of a pickle.
There were some certain channels within those motherboards, and this has been several months back, that only a few of the companies were out there actually working on and trying to get it up to date. And I'm not sure. I know that the other day when I was looking around for parts, a lot of them were saying this is compatible with Windows 11 and stuff of that nature. And
yeah, and compatible ain't going to do it, right?
Yeah, and
you want it to have to be verified to be the best possible throughput.
I would like to use the same video cards that I have here for a while, because basically they do everything that I need. And I don't need the processing speed on them like the gamers do. So finding one that will handle this chip, they always, when they come out with a new processor, the old motherboards, you just can't yank out the processor you have and slap it in there, because now they have a new socket port from a 1200 to a 2600 or something of that nature. And then the RAM, they changed the RAM up where the new RAM will only take DD4, DD5, such and such. And so, yeah, to size one up and get it all compatible is getting to be an issue for me. And so
Yeah, and you're also talking about the speed of the RAM and the this and the that and how much it uses, how much Windows 11 lets you use,
yeah,
right? Which is interesting because I think they might have upped it. Like everything is 64. I don't know what's on the board, but
128.
wow,
That's what they'll support.
That's a big jump.
It is. Well, even Windows 10 would support 128. Just nobody. They said, well, 16 is all you need. Well, people were putting 32 and 64 in there, and that, they said, well, that's enough. And I was trying to think. This one here has what I think. This one's got 32 in it of installed RAM in there out of 128. And then, at that time, RAM was cheap. They said, I wouldn't put any more than about 32 in there because most of the programs out there don't support it anyway.
Right.
And so I'm going, well, it makes sense to me. Now the programs are getting to where, 64 is going to be the new base, I think.
Well, yeah, I have 64 in this laptop I just got.
Yeah.
And I think it's fixed. Like I can't add in another bunch. And it was funny because, yeah, this is a laptop.
Yeah, but they should have some slots in there where you can unplug that RAM and add different RAM.
Yeah, and you're right about that. I think on this one, when I first got it, I had a custom built, from Dell, and 32. If I got 32, I couldn't add any more.
Yeah.
If I got 64, that was the top of the end of it, and then you can't change it or add any more. It's like welded.
Oh, okay.
Which is one of the stupid things of the laptop.
And see, and that was a lot of the Dell products when they come out. They were just everything was soldered in, and that was it. You couldn't. That's why I like building my own. If I decide to change something, except for the motherboard, long as it'll fit my slots, I yank one out and stick another one in.
Yeah, and that's why the throughput on the motherboard is the most important thing.
Yeah,
because that's the chokehold.
Yeah,
on a lot of the stuff. I mean, you think it's all good, right? You got all the best speed. These hard drives are really fast now. The solid state drives.
Oh yeah.
And it's just the throughput to get to the video card and all the memory on there, and everything's it's all got to work and pump together. And if it doesn't, you're screwed. And the laptop that I got, it was an issue with an old laptop. And, my kids all have Apple products, and you go to the Apple store and they actually help you and work on your satisfaction based on their product. And they'll actually take something back and fix it or replace it, right? Based on the money you're spending. Dell has it has a labyrinth of blocks to get anywhere, to get any help. And then they make decisions that are final based on these, I don't know who they are. I figured it out, but there's a group of people that when you escalate to the top of Dell, there's a group of people that sit around all day and just tell people no. And they claim that they're the last word for the no. And then I say, well, are you the president of Dell? Are you, I mean, how are you? Do you own the company? I mean, how can you be the last word? And they would go, well, no, it's the last word. I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do. And, whatever. And I said, well, how about an email of somebody other than yourself that's a manager or regional manager, whatever. And they're like, nope, we can't give it to you. This final word, this is it.
Do y'all have Dell stores there?
No, not really. There's Microsoft stores and stuff. But
I know in
Dell ain't
Houston,
around.
they have where they sell their refurbished stuff.
Oh, okay.
And you can go in there, and usually if you need something, those guys can get it done for you. And also, I think there's a place online that you can buy that refurbished Dell stuff.
Well, I ended up, make a long story short, I didn't take no for an answer. And I ended up getting a brand new Dell 15-inch hot off the factory floor, fully loaded, and returned the other one. So, but it took me a lot of interesting time with people that didn't really want to help or couldn't help or were not empowered to help, but thought they ran the company.
Yeah.
And once I got around, did an end run around them, they were all, I think it actually changed the culture a little bit at Dell, because the people that were saying no in a very aggressive fashion, I think got fired. Because they were just they were meanies. They were really mean people. And I was actually shocked how, it was like their way or the highway. And they were middle people. They weren't high, they weren't the top of the food chain. They were just making policy, with no. So the difference between Dell and Apple from a culture point of view is like night and day. Apple's a dream compared to working with what I went through. But I got it done. But I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
I got it done because when anybody says no, and I'm the final version, unless they're the top of the heap, then I really don't take no for an answer.
Yeah.
And sometimes I waste too much time fighting it out. But I was actually surprised how bad they turned out to be. And then in the end, they turned out okay. But I had to get through the labyrinth or whatever you call it to get there.
Well, the only thing that I disliked about Dell was, like what you said, they actually solder everything together and you can't change anything out. And I said, well, I don't want that. But most of the time, once you build one of these things, I'll open this thing up, blow the dust out of it. Other than that, it hadn't been touched since I put it together. That's been
but you're also but 3 years ago you put in really great stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I built so my daughters went to school and they needed, at the time, Apple. And I didn't go to the store and buy it. I went online and put it together with just below the fastest, because the fastest thing was too expensive. Just below that, but I put in as much memory as I could and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
So I actually went in and custom built it based on what they allowed me to do. And that lasted them 4 years.
Yeah.
Now they're like,
where do you get the operating system at?
Well, no, this was right off their website.
Oh, okay. It's off the website. Okay. You just didn't build a box and put Apple.
No. I was going to Apple itself, but I didn't buy the one that was off the shelf at the Apple store. It doesn't have, like you're talking about, had like 16 was the highest or whatever it was.
Yeah.
When you went to the store, they had the ones were built just for the store.
Yeah.
When you went to the website, you could get additional capacity for the machines.
Yeah.
And I did that, and for I think it was a MacBook Pro or whatever.
Yeah.
And that lasted them to right now. They're just starting to have problems with that machine. And Apple just came out with a whole brand new, I don't know how it's working, but it got, I think, some decent reviews. A whole brand new laptop series, Pro Series, that is pretty good. And you can do that. You can step that up higher based on the RAM and the speed of the hard drive and all that stuff online. So if they want to stay in that ecosystem, with Apple, because it all marries up to their phone and it's all, they can chat amongst all their people and everything, that my daughters love it. Now, Dell doesn't give them that because it's all Android and all this other stuff, which is a different thing. And Apple, and I hate to say it, Apple just works.
Yeah.
Their apps work, their phones work, generally Apple stuff in its ecosystem works together very well and gives you an advantage in your life based on technology. Like you don't have to struggle through it. It tends to give you a lot of stuff that you like and or need, and it's pretty good stuff.
The thing I hate about Microsoft is they keep changing the terminology.
I think they're finding their way. I think, what's interesting to me is that, do you know that China uses Microsoft,
Oh yeah.
but they don't pay for any of it?
Yep.
They've hacked it all.
Yep.
So Microsoft has been changing their model to a subscription-based model. And all these new ones, like I bet you 11 is tighter and more, to fight all the piracy.
Yeah.
And they've been doing it over the last like 5 years, I think. But
Yeah,
they're
they
getting to the
started when
point where, these people are going to be in trouble.
When they left XP and went to Windows 10, the Chinese were really upset.
Yeah, but imagine if they got all that revenue,
Oh yeah.
right? Imagine all the revenue that they're missing and is being stolen. And that's all this stuff everything is subscription based. That's why they're getting away from the discs, right? And then the codes.
When we were in the greenhouse business, we bought plant liners from what we call Tissue Labs, which actually develop these products, and they cloned them and stuff like that. And we paid a royalty to buy those certain varieties. And I was in one of the labs down in Florida one day, and we were talking with one of the growers, and he said, you go to China and this stuff is all over China that they've stolen. And, you're around here, we were inspected to see if we were propagating it, what we were doing with it, how many, if we bought 1,000, we should have 1,000 or less. We shouldn't have 10,000. And we had licensing boards that would come in several times a year just to pop in inspections. Said, we're here for inspection, so-and-so, come on. And, but in China, it's just like, we'll steal it. It's ours now.
Right. It's a little bit insane, right?
Yeah. And, yeah, what is the other day I was looking, Bill Gates is now the richest man in the world.
Oh, he's back on top?
I think so.
Yeah, no, I think, and I have to say that we wouldn't be doing it. Well, I don't know who would have surfaced, back then or how they would have done it, right? But he actually standardized, like we're trading because, he standardized the back end.
Yeah.
So if you didn't have the back end, you couldn't do the front end.
Yeah.
And he, hook or by crook, I don't know how he pulled it off. They used to talk about how aggressive Microsoft was against their competitors.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be using this kind of technology unless maybe you'd be using somebody else's. But he managed to consolidate everything into one platform that, is basically taken over the world. And then you have Apple. Yeah. And that's it, right? Open source here and there, but it's crazy.
The nice thing about Microsoft is you can use it just about across any kind of mechanical setup that you can put out there.
Yeah.
And
my thing though is when they're going off into space in these capsules and everything.
Yeah.
You know how like we have to kick our machine and restart it just to get it to work, or like my one monitor. Well, actually, I got two monitors that are relatively new, and they just shut off. Like they just 10 minutes ago, the thing just went blank. Now it's still working in the background, and eventually it comes back on somehow. I don't know why. Now I've gone through all the sleep cycle, everything to try to figure out what it is.
You check your connections in the back of your monitor.
I did. I pushed them in hard, right?
Yeah.
I did all that
Usually
crazy stuff.
It's either that or it's in the computer, the back of the computer.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So
And
but imagine if you were up in space, like, flying around, and next thing you know, you're like, your whole panel goes off. And then what do they say? Oh, just restart it.
Yeah.
How do you end up doing that? How many times do I don't know, based on, your phone probably works pretty good. But my new updated iPhone, which is last year's model, when it runs into a problem, I just turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah.
And then it seems to work again. But imagine if you had a critical, situation where you don't want to shut your space capsule off and turn it back on. I mean, what do you do?
Yeah.
I think like what ran those old capsules was some DOS software, like some old stuff, but it never really broke down. It just sort of hung out.
Yeah.
It wasn't very there was nobody trying to put a virus in there.
Yeah.
At the time anyway.
It was, it took city blocks to run what one laptop has on it now.
Yeah, one phone, right?
Yeah.
Your iPhone or whatever has all that stuff in there. And when the aliens first show up and they shut down all the tech, your phone's going to work. Your flip phone will work.
I took a computer class one time, and the guy teaching it come out, and he had a stack of computer punch cards, and he had some that looked like they were big LP looking things. They were just big hard disk, and each hard disk fit into a film box, and there may be 10 or 15 of these hard disks in this box, and his job was to run around and and plug this one in and unplug that one and move this one. And he says it was, and they had a half a city block doing that. And he says these computers now that we have way more capacity than what we did on that half a city block. So, it's hard to imagine that. I also noticed that the other day when I was sourcing this stuff out, looking for power supply, these things, 165 watt motherboards are better. I mean, they are generating some power out of them.
Well, it's funny. We have a TV, and if you go next to the TV, it's radiating a lot of heat.
Yeah.
Out of the TV itself.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, whoa, what is that?
Those are LEDs. I mean,
I don't even know what they are.
The diodes.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know it's up. I know it's up on the wall, and it's got a decent picture.
I changed the lights in the office, and I went to the new.
What, the new LEDs?
Yeah, the new LEDs. And I says, they'll be a whole lot cooler than those fluorescent things, but those things generate some heat.
Well, it's interesting. I don't think they use a lot of electricity, though. That's the plan, right?
They don't. Matter of fact, I've got fixtures in here that had four 4-foot bulbs in each fixture. Well, I went in and converted all that to LED in all of them, and I put 4 bulbs, and I've got 4 fixtures in my office. I lit this thing up. You couldn't see, it was so bright in here. I had to go back and disconnect half the bulbs.
We got to get a dimmer.
Yeah.
Throw a dimmer on there.
I'm going, man.
Let's put a dimmer on there. Yeah, no, the bulb stuff has changed a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I put some in, and I actually have to redo it all. But I ripped out some. I used to have track lights.
Yeah.
And I get this bill. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, I don't need all these lights in here. And then I put the modern bulbs in. I didn't like the way they looked, so I ripped them out. Then I put an LED track lights in one of the other rooms, small ones. They actually look okay, but I still have like incandescent bulbs, around.
Yeah.
And my electric bill's pretty high. I think most of it's the air conditioners and stuff. In the summer here, it gets pretty hot. But I have
would've
three,
thought-
$400 electric bills.
I would have thought my electrical bill would have came down with changing these bulbs out, but so far they haven't. Not that I can see of any. And that's taking the air conditioner and stuff like that out of it. But you don't realize it, but this computer, let's see, I got a 1,000 or 1,100 watt power supply on this thing. Time you crank up 4 monitors in this computer, you don't need any heat in the office because it'll generate all the heat it needs.
That's funny, right?
I mean, you can just sit here and just feel the heat coming off of everything.
Yeah, I feel the heat coming off my. Well, actually, something. So I have these Dell. Obviously, I can't keep them on, right? Like they shut off by themselves. But generally these monitors are those Energy Star ones,
Yeah.
and they're really not giving off a lot of heat. My laptop gives off a lot of heat. Like I put my hand on it.
Yeah.
I got other laptops that you can't keep in your lap because they get too hot, especially when they're charging, and it scares me a little bit.
I cut a piece of plywood to fit my lap, little piece of 1/4-inch plywood, and that's what I set my laptop on.
Well, it's interesting. Think about how you have to do. The laptop's supposed to be on your lap. It's not supposed to be on your lap cooking your legs.
Yeah. That's why I put the plywood there. It keeps me from cooking my legs.
I mean, how crazy is that, right?
Yeah, they get. At one time they had a deal where they actually had coolers you bought to set your laptop on.
Yeah, the old laptop coolers, right?
Yeah, they generate a lot of heat though. I says, this is dumb. So I was in the shop one day and I had a piece of 1/4-inch plywood, and in my chair at the house I've got like armrest on it. So I just cut the plywood big enough to set from one side of the armrest to the other side, and that way I can just sit there and type away.
It's amazing.
And I've got a place to run. I still like the hardwire mouse. I just old habits die hard. So it gives me a place to run my mouse. But, when I first started, they said if you have a laptop, do not trade using that mouse pad. It's going to cost you money, and they were right. It will. You'll be doing stuff you shouldn't be doing, or it thinks it knows what you want to do.
Yeah, no, you see the people that are going away from the earbuds back to the wired.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's crazy.
I know that
they're getting away from the other stuff, the wireless ones because they're so expensive, right?
I'll tell you what, the wireless mice are nice, except when the batteries start going down, you think, what is wrong with this thing? Then it dawns on you, it's time to put a new battery in it.
This is true.
Yeah. Computer batteries and my mouse and keyboard batteries are you start turning your computer on, and all of a sudden you notice that the time is not right and stuff like that. Odds are that little old bitty 1/4-size battery in there, that backup battery's going down.
Yeah, no, it's true, right?
And so as long as you've got it up and running, you don't have that problem. But if you shut it down and bring it back up, it's losing something. And it's like everything. I guess it's like trading. The more you're around it, the more you do it, the more problems you run into. And so you get to the point where you recognize them earlier, and it's not a big deal. You just take care of them.
Yeah, no, it's all crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so I got to jump off for a little bit myself because I've got Google finally helping me.
Okay.
With support. So I'll be in the background. If anybody needs us, let us know. If you want to sign up, go to TradeAlongTradingAcademy.com. TradeAlongTradingAcademy.com. Pick which way you want to go, and we'll be glad to work into the program. So I'll be in the background if you need me there, Don. And I appreciate all your help and support. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you. Guys, I'm going to stop for a little while. Probably come back in about an hour and check things out. So anyway, if you need something, just type it in and one of us will get back with you.
Unlock your personal earning power by trading. Log in at tradealonglive.com. Watch, listen, learn to earn and profit. Unlock your personal earning power by trading. Log in at tradealonglive.com. Watch, listen, learn to earn and profit. Log in free now. Unlock your personal earning power by trading. Log in at tradealonglive.com. Watch, listen, learn to earn and profit. Log in free now. Trade Along Live. Unlock your personal earning power by trading. Log in at tradealonglive.com. Watch, listen, learn to earn and profit. Log in free now. tradealonglive.com.
Looking for a complete How to Make a Website for Beginners tutorial to build a fully functional professional website at no cost to you? Then you've come to the right place.
Hi, I'm Bethany, and I love to write. Right now, I'm at Cabo San Souci in Ocho Rios, Jamaica, one of my favorite travel spots. I recently got the idea to make a WordPress website so I could share my writings with others and offer my readers practical advice. I wanted my website to be mobile-friendly, easy to navigate, and simple to update. I also needed a shopping cart and a blog. It turned out so well that my husband and I decided to make a tutorial to show others how to use WordPress. I hope you enjoy making your website as much as I had fun making mine.
Thanks, Bethany. Hello, I'm Yoda, and welcome to my YouTube channel. In this website tutorial, you'll learn how to build a website that has an amazing intro video, professional logo, eye-catching graphics, and all the bells and whistles the pros use at absolutely no cost to you. This video uses all the current web design and web development techniques to build a fully responsive website that automatically adjusts to meet the screen needs of any computer, laptop, tablet, phone, or any other handheld device. To get started, the only hard cost we have is web hosting, and that's where your website lives, and that's going to run us $3 to $10 a month. With your web hosting, you'll get a free domain, a value of $15, as well as an SSL key, which makes your web pages secure, and that has a value of about $99. As for software requirements, there are none. Everything we're going to need, we're going to do online. As for system requirements, this website tutorial is compatible with both Windows and iOS systems. All you need is your favorite browser and access to the internet, and you're ready to go. I recommend Chrome and Firefox as browsers of choice, as I've had some students in the past that had complaints about compatibility issues with Safari, Opera, and Internet Explorer. Now, during this course, if you run into any troubles, just leave a comment below the video and I'll be more than happy to assist you. And don't be shy about asking for help. I've been a webmaster instructor, aka the Web Yoda, for over 20 years, and I love to hear from my students. But if you could, please pay it forward. If you could like the video, subscribe to the video, share the video, tell your friends about the video. Those are the kind of things that help get the word out there so other students like you can find this video. There was something else. Oh, at the end of this video, I'm going to discuss the 4 biggest mistakes people make that drastically hurt your search engine placement. Turns out the solutions for these 4 things are really easy and they're free. So I think we're ready to get started. So without further delay, let's go ahead and look at the website we're going to build today. Today we're going to build Bethany's new website, which is self-tastic.com. We'll learn how to do an intro like you see right here, and we'll learn how to add it to our website. Now notice how this text flies into place at just the right moment once the home page is revealed. You're going to be able to learn how to do that effect as well as all the other effects that are shown in this website. Now definitely don't get intimidated. I know this is going to look really fancy, it's going to look very professional, but you're going to be able to do all this. Trust me, it's not going to be a problem at all. Now you're not just a passive participant sitting in the audience watching a magic show as I put the show on. You're actually going to learn behind the scenes how to do all this. It's very simple, it's very easy, and you're going to be surprised how quickly you can build this entire website. If you don't have a logo, we'll learn how to make a logo. Scroll down. Notice how these items animated out. We'll learn how to do that. We'll learn how to make these category sections. In many cases, those are services, for example. Scroll down. We'll learn how to do that animation, but we'll also learn how to remove the background from that animation so that it just has the girl coming in. We'll learn how to do these call to action areas, and notice how they also animated in from the right and the left. And then we'll learn how to make the buttons grow when we hover over them. Scroll down. We'll learn how to make an image carousel. In this case, it's just images of words of wisdom, but they could be any images you want. And then we'll learn how to do another animation similar to the one we did above. And then if you need an email newsletter, we'll be able to integrate that into your website. And then we'll learn how to make this footer at the bottom that looks exactly the same on all pages. Under About, we'll learn how to make this fancy header. And then we'll learn how to integrate text so that it can wrap around a picture like it does here. And then we'll learn how to import the words of wisdom section so we don't have to create that again. We will not be adding a shopping cart as part of this course, but once we have completed our website, I will provide a link to the video shown here in case you want to add the shopping cart later. We'll learn how to make this super fancy gallery. Notice as we scroll down how neat those are when they slide in together. And this is also a light box, so any of these we pick on, it'll bring it up and we can scroll to the left or the right. And you close that out. And then we'll learn how to make a fully functional blog with a unique header, and then individual blog items like this. And when you click on one of those, we'll learn how to format the blog post to have all these extra features, nicely formatted like that. And then we'll learn how to make this Contact Us page, where we have a really nice clean form like this. And then near the bottom, we'll have a map, and the map can zoom in and out and change it to whatever you need it to be. Now, you should be able to learn everything you need to know in about 2 hours' time. I know on the surface it could look intimidating, super complicated, but trust me, you can do all this. I've got step-by-step all the way through showing you exactly what to do. And if you run into any troubles, just leave them below the video. I'd be more than happy to help you out. So we're ready to start on our website, but before we can build a website, we have to have a place for our website to live. And that's what web hosting does for you. Otherwise, you'd build a website on your local computer, but only you'd be able to see it. You want to be able to have the world see it, so you have to get hosting so everybody else can see your results. Finding great web hosting solutions in the matrix of hundreds of choices can be frustrating at best. You have to understand that nearly all web hosting review sites make sure that the web hosting company they are affiliated with always get the best review. So basically, that web hosting company is number one to them because they get paid if you decide to use that company. I have been hosting websites for over 30 years, with the first 5 years being me supplying my own hosting. I have used at least 10 of the hosting companies shown here, either personally or for my clients. Obviously, not all web hosting companies are created equal, and there are only a few that stand out from the rest. But how do you reveal the best web hosting provider with all the fake reviews out there? As puzzling as this might sound, I was able to find my answer while not allowing my own bias to interfere. For me, I like to turn problems inside out. In this case, I was looking for the web hosting review that reveals a web hosting company that sucks the least. So first, the quick answer to the question of who is the best web hosting company for me is simple. Hands down, it's HostGator. HostGator is definitely the best web hosting solution for me, my clients, and for WebYoda. But the obvious next question is, why is HostGator the best choice? Well, WebYoda did some research to try to find some authentic web hosting reviews, and they settled on some results from PC Magazine. You have to understand that PC Magazine has been around for nearly 40 years, providing essential technology information to the end user. For our purposes, every year PC Magazine does an Editor's Choice Award to determine the best web hosting companies. And shown here are the top 6 web hosting companies for this year, with HostGator being number 1. It turns out that HostGator has been rated the number 1 web hosting provider by PC Magazine for many years running. Basically, HostGator collectively has the features you need. Their server reliability is amazing, their 24/7 support is amazing, their prices are good or better than anybody out there. I personally have been using HostGator for more than 3 years now. I host over 200 domains and websites with them. WebYoda also decided to go with HostGator for all their needs. In fact, WebYoda partnered with HostGator, and as part of that partnership, WebYoda students receive up to 75% off plus a free domain name. Now, for you to take advantage of this offer, you simply need to go to your browser and type in hostgator.com/WebYoda. Now, this takes you to the partner page for HostGator and WebYoda, and it reveals our 3 choices for hosting plans. Currently, as part of this partnership, HostGator is going to offer us a free domain name provided we sign up for one of their annual plans, and it turns out this is actually the most affordable choice for us. If we scroll down, we can reveal the pricing for each of the plans. All three of the plans come with one-click install. So that means when we go to install the software, it's going to allow us to build our website. We can just click a link and it'll install everything for us. They also come with unmetered bandwidth, which means we don't pay for the traffic that comes to our website, no matter how small or large that might be. And finally, they also come with a free SSL certificate, which typically runs around $99 a year. And you say, okay, what is that? What do I need that for? Well, that's that little lock up here in the top left. It allows your page to be secure so that the information going to and from your website is secure. At this point, you need to decide which one of the plans is best for you. For our purposes, I'd recommend the hatchling plan if you have one domain, or the baby plan if you plan on building multiple websites. And then if later you find you need additional features, you can just upgrade to the business plan and pay the difference. So in your case, you probably need the hatchling plan, which is just a single domain, so we'll choose that. The first step is to pick a domain name that works best for your purposes. In my case, for this example, I'm going to use choose my domain name. And if we click to the right, it'll tell us if it is available. And in our case, it is available. So we're going to scroll down. The next item is domain privacy protection. And basically what they'll do is for $14.95 a year, they'll hide your name, your address, your information like your email and stuff like that from people being able to see it. Now for me, it's going to be on the website anyway, so I don't feel like I'm giving anything away, so I'm not going to choose to pay for that. Next, we already picked our package type. We chose the hatchling plan because we only have one domain. So we want to look at our billing cycle. Within the billing cycle, if you purchase 1 month, it's $5.48, but it's only for that first month, and then the price goes up. If you go all the way up to 36 months, it's going to be $2.71, and it's going to be 61% off. Now, to get the free domain, you're going to have to pick 12 months, 24 months, or 36 months. So let's go ahead and pick the 12 months. It says $76.40, but let's see if we can do a little bit better than that. Now we're going to pick a username. In my case, I'm going to pick Admin Yoda and a security pin. Then we want to put in our billing information. Now we'll scroll down to additional services. Now we don't need any of these services, but I'll explain them real quickly. The first is an SSL certificate. We already get that for free, so we don't need to add that. The second is for them to protect us from hackers. I know firsthand they're going to give you protection whether you ask for it or not, so there's no reason to pay for this additional thing. They're going to want to protect their servers from both the internet and from you, so they're going to definitely stay on top of this. Next, we don't need to pay for an email for our domain name. I'm going to show you how to make an email forward for your domain at no cost at all. Next, they offer a backup service where it'll do daily backups, but I know firsthand they do monthly backups for you. And also, if you click on this link at the very top up here, I'll go ahead and give you a video that'll show you how to make your own backups without having to pay them a regular fee like that. We'll turn that off. And finally, HostGator offers some SEO tools for nearly $3 a month, but there's plenty of free tools out there, so we're not going to worry about that. If we scroll down, you want to make sure the WebYoda coupon code automatically spawned in here so you get the best possible price. And we look down and we see that now we're at $33, which is really a great deal. That's going to be for the whole year. It also includes our free domain name at no cost to us. And that comes with 24/7, 365 support, instant activation of our account, money back guarantee, which is awesome, 45 days. Collectively, all these features leave me feeling very confident that I'm making the right decision today. So we're going to scroll down. We need to agree to their terms. And now we're ready to check out. But in my case, I own the domain I'm going to use, so I'm going to do one last thing at the top. So scroll to the top, and I'm going to choose I already own this domain. And I'm going to change this to say, choose yourdomainname.com. That's the one I own. So now we go back down to the bottom, and we're ready to check out now. And my purchase is complete. It is now setting up my account. Once our HostGator hosting account is complete and ready to go, you're likely to get a survey that looks like this one. But at this point, we're going to go ahead and go off script and save ourselves a lot of time and a lot of questions. If you didn't have this video to follow, obviously following these steps would probably get you to the goal that you wanted to do, but we're going to be able to get there faster and easier. We're ready to set up our email forward and install WordPress. So to proceed, you're going to go ahead and head to your email, and you want to look for an email from HostGator.com that says your account info at the top. If you purchase a domain name while setting up your HostGator account, then the next piece of information will not apply to you. If you already owned your domain name and didn't purchase one with this process, you're going to need to get your domain name to point to your hosting area. To do that, you need to point your domain name to the name servers for HostGator. All of my domain names live at GoDaddy.com, so I needed to go into the DNS at my GoDaddy account and point that domain to the HostGator name servers as shown here. Now, if you're not using GoDaddy.com, it should be a similar process, and if you have any trouble, just contact your domain company and they can give you further assistance. To log into our hosting account, we're going to need our username and we're going to need a password. We're going to take that password and we're going to copy it to the clipboard. And now you want to go to the control panel, which is how you access your hosting space. So we'll click on this link, and that takes us to the control panel login page. Now my username and password are already there, so I can just choose login. And that takes you to your HostGator control panel, also known as your cPanel. As promised, I want to quickly show you how to make an email forward. In the email section of your cPanel, you'll see the email forwards option called forwarders. The easiest way to find this option is to type forward in the search box, which reveals the forwarders option, then click on the forwarders icon. Now we're ready to set up our email forward. We're going to choose add forwarder, and we're going to put, in this case, I'm going to put Yoda. There's my domain name. And where do I want it forward to? I want it to forward to, in my case, yoda@webyoda.com. Add forwarder. And now any email sent to yoda@chooseyourdomainname.com will be sent to my email address, yoda@webyoda.com. Obviously, this would be your domain name and whatever email you wanted to send to. Now we're ready to install. Shown below are always changing. I wanted to give you the most reliable method of getting the same results you see in the video. In the search below, type the word soft, and this will reveal the Softaculous app installer. Then click the Softaculous icon to load Softaculous. Now in the search box, type WordPress. This reveals a WordPress installer. Now simply click on the WordPress installer to load the installer. Now before we proceed with our WordPress installation, I wanted to address how to deal with WordPress installation errors. In very rare occasions, when you're trying to install WordPress, you may get an error. I've already installed WordPress so that I can demonstrate that error. Then I can show you how to correct the error. Then we'll install WordPress correctly. So let's go ahead and click on install now like we think this is going to work. And don't worry about the settings right now. We'll worry about that next time through. Now I'm going to click on install at the bottom. It starts the install, and then it gives you an error. Now, in this case, it's just telling me it already exists, but this error could be any error where something went wrong. Our goal is to get rid of the install error so we can reinstall correctly. To get started, click on Softaculous at the top left. Right here is a summary of our installations. If we click on that, it shows a complete list of the installs we have on this account. At the bottom of the list is the newest install. This is the WordPress that we want to replace. So we can click the trash can at the right, then scroll to the bottom, choose the Remove Install button, click OK because we're sure. That installation has now been removed, and now we're ready to install WordPress. So at this point, we can go back to Softaculous, choose WordPress, and now we're back to the installer. And we'll click on Install now, and we'll go ahead and proceed to install our WordPress. The first option is which version do you want to use? The default will be the latest version. We'll use that. Next, you'll choose your domain. If you have multiple domains, they'll be in that drop-down. Now over here, it says, what protocol do we want to use? The problem is it can take a little while for the secure key to be activated. So we're going to go ahead and turn this off for now. We can activate it later. So we'll just choose the regular one like that. And it shows that currently our SSL certificate was not found, and that's because it takes HostGator about 24 hours to get that up and running. Under site settings, the site name is the company name. So let's say this was for WebYoda. I'd put WebYoda. And then the description is whatever the description for the company is. So let's say I put free online courses. You can leave this unchecked. We want to pick a username and a password. I'm going to pick Yoda user. Then you want to pick a secure password. So let's hide that so I can put a secure password in there. Now the admin email is where any email associated with your website will be sent. So for example, if you needed to reset your password, that's where it would go. Now since we didn't set up this email forward, that's not going to be good enough for us. So in my case, I'm going to pick one that does work. So for me, it's going to be yoda@webyoda.com. For you, it'll be whatever your regular email address is. You could choose a different language if you like. We don't need to select any plugins. We're going to do all that ourselves. No reason to make any adjustments to the advanced options. And no reason to select a theme now. We're going to do that ourselves as well. When the installation is complete, where do we want it to send details to? I'll use the same email address. And now I can click Install. This says that it could take 3 to 4 minutes. I've found it doesn't take really that long at all. Now that WordPress has been successfully installed, we're ready to open up a new tab and look at our website. At this point, we're probably going to have to take a small break, and that's because we just set up a hosting account that has a new domain. The hosting's immediately available, but the domain takes a while to propagate across the internet so that it's able to be accessed. To test to see if your domain name's ready, simply open up a new tab in your browser and go to your domain name. And if your domain's not ready, you'll get a message that says this site cannot be reached. So you'll likely need to take a break for about 2 hours and then come back again and go back to your domain and refresh and see if it works. When it's ready, you'll get a page that looks like this one that says website coming soon, or you might get your new website homepage. So let's go ahead and close that test tab. Now we're looking at our completed WordPress installation page again. Now that WordPress has been successfully installed, we're ready to open up a new tab and look at our website. To access our website, we simply go to our domain name and go to our website. Before you can start editing your website, you need to be able to access your website admin. To do that, you simply go to your domain name, /wp-admin, hit enter. A login box will come up. Now simply enter the username and password you created during your WordPress installation. So in my case, Yoda user, password, paste that in, hit login, and now we're logged into our WordPress. So if you've been following along with the video, you probably already know by now that self-tastic.com already exists. So for us to build the new website, we're going to have a sample area. So in this case, I'm going to build sample.self-tastic.com, and I'm going to go to wp-admin to bring up the admin for her website. In my case, my username was already there, so I can paste in my password and log in. And now I'm at the fresh install for Bethany's new website. Now, one of the first things I want to do is get some things set up for us. And so if we go over here and we highlight over where it says Selftastic, if I right click on that, I can open the link in a new tab. And what that did was it opened our new website in our second tab. And now I want to go to Bethany's live website in a third tab so we can follow along in real time exactly what it is we plan to accomplish. In most cases, when I build a new how-to video, I make a script for that video so that it's easier for me to create the video. And at some point when I was using the script in a previous video, a student pointed out that I should make that script available to everybody since it was very useful. Well, it was a great idea, and so that's what we're going to do next. So let's go ahead and open another tab. And to get to the script, we're going to go to webyoda.com/selftastic. And the last thing we want to do is download all the content I use within this website, so when you're following along, you can build the exact same website. So I'm going to open up another tab, and this time I'm going to go to webyoda.com/content. And now I'm going to scroll down to the project we're working on, selftastic.com. And that was another way to get to the script. But we're going to click on this link here, and it's going to download Selftastic for us. And when it's done, on mine, I can click on that and show in a folder. And you see it's in my downloads folder. And then I can right click on the file. I can choose extract all. Click on extract. And now it makes a folder containing all the content I need. Opens it up in a new window. So I can close that one. Bring that over here. And when I click on that, this is all the content we're going to use to create this website. So I can go ahead and close this tab. In this tab is the script for building the website. In this tab is Bethany's real website. In this tab is the site we're going to build. And in this tab is our admin for our WordPress so we can build the website. Now that we're ready to get started, I wanted to cover a couple of tips that will really help you out. First, some subscribers have pointed out that I tend to talk too fast. This is unavoidable as my processor runs a little faster like a child's processor, probably because I refuse to grow up. Fortunately, YouTube offers a feature to slow videos down to meet your needs. So for example, I'm going to go to this video in a new browser window. Now within the video, I'm going to choose the settings gear. I'm going to choose playback speed, 0.75. Now this is what 75% sounds like, which should probably meet your needs. Now I'll choose playback speed again. I'll choose normal. And we're back to normal speed. Next, I want to scroll down. And within the content under the video that I've provided, there's going to be an entire set of timestamps that allows you to pick any particular spot in the video to proceed. Let's go ahead and close that tab. And the last tip I want to give you is the script itself. When you go to the script, it's got a lot of information here. It tells you the plugins. We're going to cover that anyway in the video. It tells us about the Astra theme. Then it has a whole bunch of royalty-free video clips you may be able to use, royalty-free images you can use. And then it has all the notes I'm going to need for the class. For example, all the colors I'm going to use are found here. Now, two things that are nice within this is if you need to find a hex color, and we'll talk about that a little later, if you click on this link, I'll right-click and open link. It comes up with the ability to pick a color. So let's say I wanted to pick a red. And now this number right here is your hex color. All you have to do is click this icon and it copies it. And now you have that color. Alternatively, the other one, we'll right-click on this, choose open link. This gives you the ability to pick this type of color. And this digit right here is to say how much transparent it is. So watch, when we go like this, see how that gets transparent right here? So that gives you some idea. Here's your color settings. And then here's how transparent it is. And then again, you can click there. It makes a copy of it, and you can use it in your website. Let's go back to the script. And now you're into the Getting Started section. These are all the notes I made for myself so I can make the video, but you can also use these to your benefit. When you scroll down, you'll probably notice to the left of Yoda, you talk too fast, is a bunch of W's. And you're going to say to yourself, hey, Yoda, why all the extra W's? I will tell you. Bethany decided she was going to get a new kitten. The kitten decided it wanted to play on my keyboard. It hit the W, and I decided to leave it in the course. Okay, random facts. We've already covered the hosting. We've already covered WordPress. And now we're going to jump into themes and plugins. Now, for the most part, I won't be showing the script. I'm just going to be using the script, but you know that it's there for you as well. Now, admittedly, I'm no Bob Ross, but I definitely do my best to keep things fun and easy. I hope that the tips I just provided you will ensure your experience building your website will be met with confidence and enjoyment. So we're going to go ahead and go back to our WordPress admin. At this point, if you already have a website, then there's really no reason to watch the steps on how to build a website. Instead, you can go ahead and proceed to the section called Enable SSL, which is the first step in the process of adding a shopping cart to your website. So the first step in building Bethany's website is to remove all the stuff that's not going to be part of her website. So let's go ahead and click on Pages first. And we don't need any of the pages they have here. We're going to make our own. So we select that checkbox there, and it selects all of them. Under Bulk Actions, we're going to choose Move to Trash. And then we'll choose Apply. And as an additional step, I like to click on Trash. Choose them all again. Bulk Actions. Delete permanently. Apply. And now we want to get rid of all the plugins that were pre-installed because we're not going to need any of those. We're going to use all of our own. So I'm going to go down to Plugins. And this brings up a list of all the plugins that were pre-installed. Again, I can select next to Plugins, that checkbox, and it chooses all of them. Bulk Actions. And before we can delete them, we have to deactivate them. So we'll choose Deactivate, Apply. Now I can choose Plugin again, so it selects them all. Bulk Actions, Delete, Apply. OK, because yes, we want to delete them. And this will remove all the pre-installed plugins. Now we want to add the theme that we're going to use for Bethany's website. So we're going to go to Appearance, Themes, choose Add New, and we're ready to upload a theme. So first we're going to download the theme we need. But you might say to yourself, but here are all the themes. Why don't I just pick the one I need? Well, the answer is you could do that. But I can't guarantee that the theme we're going to use or the plugins we're going to use are always available in all environments. So if you don't have your hosting with HostGator, the theme and plugins may not be available in your environment. To make sure the theme and plugins we need are going to be available, I've stored them permanently on the WebYoda server. So let's go ahead and get our theme now. So open up a new tab. And we're going to go to webyoda.com/themes. Scroll down to the project we're working on. There's self-tastic.com. And we're going to click on Astra theme. That takes us to the Astra website, but it also downloaded the Astra theme right there. We can go ahead and close that. Now we want to go to webyoda.com/plugins. We want to download the plugins we need for this project. So again, we'll scroll down to this project, self-tastic.com, and we're going to need to download all of these plugins. And as we download them, I'll give you a little bit of information about what each one of them is. The Astra starter sites, we'll click on that. That's going to allow us to install a fully functioning complete website, including a shopping cart in case we want one. Then we're going to download header footer for Elementor. That's going to allow us to build a free header and footer for our websites instead of having to pay a premium for it. Then we're going to download Profile Press. And Profile Press allows you to set the icon for your blog instead of being whatever the default one is. And then we're going to download Social Sharing. And this plugin makes it real easy for someone else to share your blog posts. And then we're going to download the Classic Editor. A lot of updates and changes have been made to the WordPress environment, and by having the Classic Editor as well as the Classic Widget, it ensures that we all see the exact same environment so that what you're following along on your admin matches what's in the video. Then we're going to download Duplicate Page. And Duplicate Page allows you to take a page you've already created and make a copy of it and then edit that to be your new page, which is significantly faster than building a page from scratch. Now we're going to download Really Simple SSL. And what this plugin does is ensure that the secure pages are the default for your website. And next we're going to download the WooCommerce Stripe Gateway. And the WooCommerce Stripe Gateway is what allows you to accept credit cards on your shopping cart in case you're doing the shopping cart. And now we're going to download WooCommerce Taxes and Shipping. And this gives you an automated way to do taxes and shipping in case you add a shopping cart to your website. And finally, we're going to download the WooCommerce plugin itself. And that's the plugin that allows us to add a free shopping cart to our website. So now all of those have been downloaded. I'll go ahead and close that. And now we want to go to our downloads folder. So I'll bring mine up. And it shows everything that we've downloaded so far. I'm going to go ahead and click on Date. And that's going to allow me to see these in the order that they were downloaded. So now let's go back to our WordPress admin. Now we can choose Upload Theme. And now we're going to choose a file. And you want to go to your Downloads folder. Then we're going to select astra.zip. That's our theme. We'll choose Open. Install now. And once it's installed, we need to activate it. And it's that little link right there. And that activates our theme. In almost all cases, you'll immediately be able to update it to the most recent version. So we'll choose Update Now. Now our theme is updated. Now if we come back to our website and hit Reload, you notice that it's changed a little bit. Still nothing like the site we're going to build, but we're getting closer. So let's go back to our WordPress admin, and we're ready to install the plugins we're going to need for our website. So we're going to choose Plugins, Add New. Now we want to do Upload Plugin, choose File. We want to be in a Downloads folder. And the first one we're going to do is Astra Starter Sites. So we'll select that. Choose Open. Install now. Activate Plugin. Ready for the second one. Add New. Upload Plugin. Choose File. The second one is Header Footer, Elementor. Open. Install now. Activate plugin. Ready for the third one. Add new. Upload plugin. Choose file. WP user avatar. That has a new name, Profile Press, but the original file name is still the same. So we'll choose that one. Open. Install now. Activate plugin. We're ready for the next one. Add new. Upload plugin. Choose file. The next one is Social Sharing by Danny. Open. Install now. Activate plugin. Add new. Upload plugin. Choose file. And the next one we're going to do is the Classic Editor. Open. Install now. Activate plugin. And choose Add New. Upload plugin. Choose file. And the next one is Classic Widgets. Choose Open. Install now. Activate plugin. Again, Add New. Upload plugin. Choose file. Duplicate page. Open. Install now. activate plugin. Now, at this point, if you're following along in the script, you'll see that we're not going to install the other 4 at this time. We'll take care of that later. So we've installed all the plugins we need for now. Also, at some point, Profile Press may ask you to create pages. We're just going to do no thanks when it asks us that because we don't need that. So we'll go back to our WordPress admin. And another thing you're going to find is always a lot of little advertisements. You can close each of those and try to clean things up a little bit. This says to install Elementor. That's going to be taken care of a different way for us. Next thing we want to do is update our plugins. So we're going to choose to select them all. Bulk actions, update, apply. Then we can scroll down and watch it do its thing. Now all of our plugins are updated. And now we're ready to install our starter site. Now watch what happens when I click right here. I want to see the library. It's going to give me this, sorry, you're not allowed to access this page. Don't know why. Sometimes it doesn't do that. Usually it does. So I'll click the back arrow. And then we'll go back to the starter sites. When we click on See Library again, it's going to work. So within the Astra starter sites, you get to choose the type of page builder you're going to be using. And we're going to use the most popular one in the world, and that's Elementor. So we're going to choose on that. And this brings up a complete collection of all the Astra starter sites that Astra Theme has to offer. These come in 2 flavors. The ones that premium you'd pay for, and the ones that don't say premium are free. So for example, we can go here and choose free, and we only see the free ones. If we go here and choose premium, we're only seeing the premiums. Clearly, if you have a website that needs to be a pizza place or something else in here that's already built that matches exactly what you're trying to do, you may want to consider their pro version. And if for some reason the starter site you need is a pro version, you want to go to the link wpastra.com/WebYoda, and this is going to guarantee you the best possible pricing on the pro version. Now, in our case, we're going to be using a free version. So we're going to go ahead and choose from the all list. We'll choose the free ones.
50% gains.
And then we want to choose from these only the e-commerce because we're going to be building a site that has the potential for adding a shopping cart to it. Now what we're looking for is the cosmetic store. That's the one we're going to use as a starting point. I'll click on that. And now I want to import the entire site. So I'm going to click Import Complete Site. And then from here, it's going to ask a couple of questions. Choose Intermediate for I am WordPress Intermediate. And why are we building this? We're building it for ourselves. Now under Advanced, there could be extra options here. So these are the different options there could be. You want to make sure these are the settings you have depending on what options you see. We definitely don't want to delete anything previously installed because that would delete the plugins we've already installed. But in our case, we only saw these 2. We want those 2 checked, so we can hit Next. Now it wants some personal information. Right down here, we'll go ahead and click Skip. We don't want to give them any information at this time. And now it's importing our entire website. Now our website was successfully imported. We could click View Site here, but we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to close this little window. And if we go to our second tab and hit Reload, look at there, we've got a fully functioning website with a shopping cart already built into it. How nice is that? So that's for free from Astra Themes, and you could basically build any website they have in that collection, either the free versions or premium versions, and start with a website that's already completed. I love it. But in our case, we're going to take this website, which is pretty cool as it is, and build Bethany's website, which is, I think, even cooler. So let's go back to our WordPress admin. I'm going to go ahead and close this little window. It takes up space, and I don't like it. Now, since we're going to be building Bethany's website first before we do any of the shopping cart related things, and some people may not even choose to use the shopping cart, we're going to go ahead and disable the WooCommerce shopping cart for now, and then we can reactivate it later when we're ready.
One of the largest
So the first step to do that is we're going to go to
at 1/10 the
Plugins,
size of the standard contract.
Scroll
the
down,
financial commitment to trade micro crude
and we'll
oil
just
futures is
deactivate
greatly
WooCommerce.
reduced. While full-size
Next,
crude oil futures have a
we want to
contract value
remove
of
the shop
$10 per
button.
tick and $1,000 per
In
point,
this case, on our
micro crude
website is
oil
right there.
futures have a $1 take value and $100
To do that,
point
we're going to
value.
go to Appearance,
Given their smaller size, micro
Menus,
crude oil futures offer more
and now we need to
granularity and
choose the
smaller
menu we're
margin
going to look
requirements.
at.
For example, you
So
can
we're
now
gonna
trade
pull down
5
that
micro
menu
crude
there and
contracts,
choose
which would amount to half
Primary
the
Menu.
contract size of the standard crude
Hit Select.
oil future. This allows
And now
you to
we're
start
looking at the
small and
primary
increase
menu.
your trade volume as you gain
Inside of the one that
experience.
says shop,
While stocks and ETFs
I can
offer
remove
limited
that
trading
for
hours,
now.
MicroCrude trades 24
And now at
hours
the
a day,
bottom,
6 days a
I have
week.
to scroll down to
This
get to it.
provides more trading opportunities
menu.
throughout the